All right. Hello again. We're going to give this another shot. Not sure how long we're going to be going for. You can hear me. That's good. So, if you could not hear me at the end of last stream, I said, that's it. We're having a frame rate issue. We're going to go ahead and call it. Don't know what's going on. Frame rate was going crazy. It was bouncing. Uh oh. Hello? Okay, that was weird. I got a little message on the window for the stream software saying it wasn't responding, but it seemed to look fine on stream. Anyway, frame rate was just going very erratic. It was bouncing literally from between like 1 frame to 50 frames, which is very weird because I have it set to always stay like at a steady 30 for this stream. And so, yeah, I didn't know really what was going on there. It seems to have stabilized now. I rebooted my system, so maybe that had something to do with it. I'm thinking it probably did. Now it seems it's still fluctuating now, but it's very minor. It's fluctuating between like 29 and 31. So we're averaging out about right. But yeah, right there at the end, it got a little crazy. And I said we're going. If you didn't hear me, I said we're going to just start again next Saturday. But I thought, it might take a while, but let's just reboot this system, see what happens. And so we're back. And I don't know how much longer we're going to go for. I'm thinking maybe another 2 hours, but it depends on how aggravated I may get because we are stuck in a hard part of the game. Now, anyway. Let me bring it back. So, where are we? What's going on? Um, Let me show you. So we are in the monitor room for the mines. And right outside the door is a priest. He is very angry, and he is the one that seems to follow the fog. Now, I think I know how to get rid of him. The way we would get rid of him is we would run past him uh, down the stairs and use a security card to vent the room. But we can't do that, at least I don't think we can, because if the security card or the ID card that we had wasn't sufficient to vent the fog out of the previous part of the facility that we came from, then it's probably insufficient to vent the fog out of this room. So we're going to try it anyway. We're probably going to die. Off stream, I didn't try it, but off stream, I just ran down the stairs and ran through the door into the elevator area, thinking, well, at least if I'm there, I'm safe. But there's another ghost in there. And so it appears that maybe if you use the proper card to vent the area, it would vent the entire area. It would vent the room that we're in now, or the altar room anyway, and the room that's the elevator room that's adjoined to that, so it would be safe. Um, but like I said, I don't believe our card is going to work. We will try to run past the ghost and give it a shot. If that doesn't work, then we're going to have to try to exit this room. And that can be a little tricky, but I believe the game built in a mechanic to keep the player from getting sort of hard locked in the game. Because if you couldn't distract the priest ghost, you would be hard locked. But the thing about the ghost, and it's a freaky thing, but it's actually what helps the player, is that the priest ghost is the only one who seems to be aware that the player, or at least the character that we're playing as, is viewing the area through different cameras. And if the ghost sees the camera moving, that's when the ghost realizes that you're controlling it, and the ghost will float towards it and sort of attack it. And so the player can use that to their advantage. They can try and scope in on the ghost, move the camera around that will draw the ghost towards that camera and away from any doorway that we might want to use. And then we can rush in the direction that we want. So the first thing we're going to do, and I do believe this is going to kill us, but I want to try it anyway, is we're going to sprint out of the door, turn left, and run down the stairs and try to swipe our ID card in the ventilation system. If that doesn't work, we're just going to reload the game. Because we'd be stuck, basically. If we turn around and try to go back upstairs, the priest ghost is there. He's going to kill us. The other option is we go through a door into the elevator shaft where there is a different ghost there, and they're going to kill us. No matter what we do, we're going to die. Yeah, we're going to try using the vent system first. And then if that doesn't work, and like I said, I don't think it is, then we're going to reload the game, try to use the cameras to distract the priest ghost, then sprint out, turn right, and go up the stairs and out of the mine. And then we'll just go back to the area that we came from. We can go around the back of the facility like we did before and climb up the rock and then drop down on the other side. I'm not even sure if we're supposed to be able to do that, but we'll do it, and we'll try to get through other doors in the facility to see if maybe there's things there that can help us. So, yeah, we'll see how that goes. I have watered down my water bottle because I had way too much flavoring in here, so now it's a bit better. And I've also brewed myself a fresh cup of mango green tea. So we are ready to go. We did stream a little over 2 hours before things started to get really crazy with the frame rate. So I'm thinking we might stream for like another 2 hours, and then we'll see what happens. But it also depends, like I said, on how hard it is for us to get through where we're at now in the game. If I just start banging my head against the wall, figuratively, because I can't get past this ghost, or because maybe I somehow lock myself from progress, then we might call it early. We'll see. But hopefully we'll continue to progress through. I was looking for my earbuds. Another announcement I made at the end, which you probably didn't hear because of a choppy frame rate, was that I've also come to a decision. I think I'm probably going to announce this on Wednesday. I mean, it's not a big change, but I think I've decided what my off day streams are going to be. Off days being like Tuesdays and Sundays when I choose to stream. I think I'm going to stream games that are unlike things I would normally stream on other days. So in other words, they're either going to be MMORPGs, which we've been experimenting with, or they're going to be like point and click adventures. I love point and click adventures. I really do. It's one of my favorite game genres. But outside from like very specific, well-known point and click adventure games, like maybe Myst, the Myst series, or maybe like Loom, but even that one's pretty old, or The Dig. Like those are really top tier ones, or maybe I Have No Mouth and I'm a Scream. Like those are really well known ones. At least they're well known among like the older school crowd who enjoys point and clicks. Aside from maybe like those heavy hitters, if you can call them heavy hitters, they're heavy hitters when it comes to point and clicks. Aside from those, I probably won't stream that many more point and clicks on stream because they don't seem to be of real interest to a lot of other people. But I enjoy them. I enjoy playing them. And so those might be a good chunk of the games that we do end up streaming on like my off days. So that if you just want to hang out, chat on stream, you can. If not, then I'll still, have some fun just getting the games out there and just playing and doing whatever. And we'll still continue on with our regular schedule um, on the other days of the week. So, typically indie games on Mondays, and then our anime in the Discord on Wednesdays, followed by the just chatting stream and role playing games on Thursdays, and usually AAA games on Fridays and spooky games on Saturdays. So let's load back in and see what we can do. Okay. I can't hear the ghost anymore. Okay, here we go. We're going to sprint to the left. There he is. Run down. I didn't see the thing. Now, what's interesting about this is that I feel like so long as I stay here and stay... Nope. I'm wrong. Yeah, I'm stuck. I'm shocked I made that. Oh, I made it to the safe room and then I had a heart attack. But I don't think I'm supposed to be here yet. Okay, so let's distract the ghost. Or try, anyway. Okay. Mine entrance. And you can see him there at the bottom of the stairs. So if I focus the camera down, there he is. And he's right at the base of the stairs. He's probably also the person who keeps the bell ringing. All right, we're going to have to pull him away. Let's use camera 4. There he is over there. So if I try to run back towards the stairs, I'm not going to make it. Let's lure him a bit further away. He's coming. He sees us moving the camera. Oh, he stopped. He stopped because we stopped moving the camera. So he doesn't know if we're still looking. So he can't tell he can't tell which camera we're looking through. All he can tell but he does notice the camera's moving. Which is interesting because that means he has an elevated level, not necessarily of intelligence, but he has an elevated level of awareness that other ghosts do not have. The only other ghost who mentioned the security cameras was Ivanov, who said if you look through the security cameras, you can see the ghosts. But that's all he said. So we can keep switching cameras. Okay. So you can see when he thinks he's alone, he just stands there. He doesn't move anywhere. And it seems very peaceful. He's at peace because there's no other living thing around that he's aware of anyway. Um, and he seems to be encouraging the player. Like, hurry, we have to stop the fog because the more the fog spreads, that leads to violent ghosts and that does crazy stuff. I saw somewhere in here, though, there was a panel that we could scan. Actually, I think that's what it was. It's not here. Oh, I really don't know what to do then. If we go to the elevator mine, and again, there's a ghost in here, but I can't see it. Unless it's the priest who actually follows me in here. That could be it, but I don't know. But you saw before, when I run in here, there is a ghost in here. But if I go down to camera 2, that's where it is. That's the ventilation control device. So I would somehow have to sprint into this room without him following me, and then call the elevator, and then ride the elevator down, and then use. You know what it could be? Here's what it could be. Since this area is foggy, and I guess this area is foggy too, it could be that it is the priest ghost who follows you into the other room. Like maybe the priest can go wherever there is fog, basically. So if there's fog in multiple rooms, maybe he's one of the ghosts who's powerful enough to go from room to room, traveling with the fog. So maybe when I first see the ghost, if I do have to like go down here, maybe what I have to do, because it took a while last time when I ran from here into the mine elevator, it took me like a long time before the ghost attacked me. So I'm thinking maybe it would give you enough time if you did that. Like maybe if you distracted the ghost to go closer to the camera 1 in the mine entrance, and then you like sprinted out of the monitor room, down through into the mine elevator, you might have enough time to call the elevator, board it, and then write it down um, near the room where you can scan the key card and vent the area. And then this entire section of the facility would be completely free of ghosts, unless there's fog, some fog in the regolith mine itself. So that's what I'm thinking. And I see that the camera has gone wonky. Hold on. Let me blink that out. Nope. All right then. Let's see here. There we go. Yeah, that was weird. I just had to go in and reselect the source. Is it the game? Is this From Software's work? Is the game truly haunted? Is that why these weird occurrences are happening? Anyway, I think I'm just going to try to run out of here and sprint up the stairs. So straight and to the right. We made it. I'm not sure if the ghost can come in here or not. I kind of want to see. I don't think he can, though. I think this room is free of the fog. Because I think these doors are airtight. And since this is the airlock room, when this door opens, it sucks out all the air. So if there is any fog in here, it's going to get sucked out. I feel like that's the way to vent the room, but we don't have the ability to do that. I was like, all we have to do is just open both doors at the same time. Then it'll just suck all the air out of here. And there goes the fog. Okay, let's head back outside. We're not supposed to be here.
For pressure stabilization. Atmospheric adjustment complete.
I feel like I did make a mistake here, though, but it's not that bad. And that's if we should lock ourselves or die again, I have to basically use the cameras again to distract the ghost so that we can escape again. I should have saved right before running out of the room. Okay. Good team. All right. We can't make it to that. That's kind of suspicious that we can't make it to that building now. How high can I jump? No, that's not that high. The only thing that makes me question it a little bit is if we could sprint. You see that rock over there that's on the floor? If we could sprint, step on that rock, and then jump from the rock on top of the belt, on top of the conveyor belt. And then we could walk down, get off, and then go inside that building. But I don't believe that would work for two reasons. First, I don't think you could jump from that building back to the conveyor belt. I mean, maybe you could. There's like an incline over there, so somehow maybe that could work. But the other reason I don't think that could work is unless there's an invisible wall, will it simply stop the player from landing on top of the conveyor belt and then just walking all the way down there. Let's consult the map. No, we're not supposed to do that. The air with the other big building and even the conveyor belt aren't even on the map. Ah, Fusion is here. Welcome, Fusion. How are you doing? Fusion says I is here. Any progress yet? Yes, Fusion, we have made progress. Fusion has redeemed. Hello, I'm new to stream. Well, welcome to the Fusion. Welcome to the Fusion. Welcome to the Fusion. Welcome to the stream, Fusion, for the very first time again. And Fusion has redeemed Hydrate. Very well. Cheers, Fusion. Yes, we've been streaming now for about 2 hours, Fusion, but I had to shut down stream to reboot the system. I was getting some funny business with the frames. But things seem to mostly be stable right now. Um, so at the end of last Saturday's stream, I came up with an idea, but I'm like, I don't think that's the solution. Like, that seems like a very sus solution. But I couldn't think of anything else. And so I gave it a try. And the solution was I'll kind of show you. Go to locations. Actually, it'd probably be easier if I go to characters instead. Okay. So in one of the rooms, there is this ghost here who's just like sleeping at a desk. And every once in a while, the machinery in this room will cause like an extra loud noise and it'll wake him up. And he'll like wake up, he'll look around. And if there's no one directly in front of him and he doesn't hear anything, then he'll just nod his head back down and fall back asleep. And he sleeps for a long time. Like he probably sleeps, I want to say, for like 10 seconds straight. And then he wakes up and he's awake for like 5 seconds and then he goes back to sleep. So it's like a 15-second cycle, it seems. And the only thing I could think of is that just in front or just to the side of him, like if you're looking out from his perspective where he's sitting, there is a panel on the wall. I have no idea what the panel does. It has a lever that you can pull. I pulled it. I don't know what it does. But then to the left of that is a door. And I don't recognize that door. It doesn't take a key card. It doesn't take a normal key. It's just a door. And so I was like, maybe I have to run through that door. But I feel like that's not the answer. I feel like I'm supposed to maybe vent this room that this ghost is in of fog so it becomes peaceful. I talk to him and then I can interact and do stuff. And then from there, maybe I eventually move through that door. But I'm like, I can't think of anything else to do. So I enter this room. I waited for him to like wake up and then fall asleep again so the cycle would reset. And then I ran, pulled the lever. Again, no idea what the lever does. And then I went to the door that was locked and I tried to access it. And apparently it's an airlock door. And so I had to wait like 5 seconds. It was like for it to equalize the pressure. And then I was able to wait for the door to equalize the pressure and then step into the airlock room before he even woke up, which was awesome. Maybe the switch, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe the lever on the wall like resets the machinery so that it doesn't like make a noise or something. Like maybe so he can sleep longer. I don't know. Um, but I made it into the airlock room, and then I made it from the airlock room outside. So now we're on the surface of the moon. We're in an astronaut suit, so we're fine. It appears we have infinite oxygen, which is good because I was having like flashbacks of Doom 3 where we would like be constantly dying. But we're fine. And no ghost can be violent in space because the fog cannot accumulate in space, which is awesome. So I thought maybe I had an idea of where to go. There is a ghost out here. His name is Nathan Gold. He was sitting against a rock, and we talked to him. He told us some stuff. He's looking for a person named Alan. We haven't met anyone named Alan. So I'm guessing we have to find a person named Alan and then interact with him. And then maybe, he'll be okay. He is blocking a passageway that we can take to get to the other two doors, though, that lead into different areas of the facility. So I thought at first maybe we have to help this ghost. And then once we help him, um, maybe from there, we are allowed to get access to more of the facilities. But so I walked past him into the other airlock, or rather into the mine entrance, into the other airlock that's across from the lunar surface, and that leads into a mine. So that's the airlock we came out of. That's the airlock I went to. And it leads into a mine. The problem is that once you get into the other room on the other side of this airlock, it's filled with more fog, and there's a violent ghost in there, and there's no way to easily vent it. There is an airlock, or there's a ventilation machine, but it's very far away. I would have to run through the hallway without getting attacked by the ghost. Then I would have to run down this extra long hallway into an elevator area. And the whole time the ghost would be following me, even into the next room, I think. I'd have to hit the button to wait for the elevator to come all the way up. And then after the elevator comes up, hop on the elevator, pull the lever, send it down. The ghost will still probably be floating down after us because the whole area is filled with fog. Then use the ventilation machine, and then maybe we would be okay. But the problem with this is that I don't think our ID card would work in that air vent machine. And the reason I think that is because it didn't work uh, in the room with the sleeping astronaut. I think we need a better key card. Now, what I have noticed is that if I walk around the back of this airlock room on the surface of the moon, I can actually come out on the other side, walk up a rock, and then drop down on the other side of the ghost that's blocking our progression. But if I do that, that means I'm locked. Essentially, I can't go back anymore. I can only go through the two blue doors that you see in the upper left hand corner of this map. So if I make a mistake, we're just stuck and there's no way back. Now, I could always create like a separate save file, which I might do. But yeah, I'm thinking that's what I'm going to do because I don't know of anything else that would really work. So I'll show you the ghost. Also, if you try to run on the moon, and I didn't know this, it took me a while to figure it out. But if we walk really slow. If we try to run, we actually like bunny hop. So you kind of jump, which we actually had to do. That over there is the airlock door we originally came from. And we had to bunny hop over this little crevice here in order to make it over here. And then if we go this way, where are you? You hear someone talking about Alan. That's the ghost that's rest over here. I think he's resting right here. So this is that whole black area right there. If we go over there, we die. And here he is. You can see him start to form. He's peaceful.
Well, looks like you're okay.
But we can't get past him and I can't jump over him. And over there, it looks like it's something on the moon that I can maybe fall through to gain access to the facility. There's also steam or fog coming out of it, so that worries me. And then there's a bigger door on the wall over there. So what could be a solution is maybe I'm supposed to use the rock like a ledge to get to the other side of this ghost, explore those areas, eventually meet the ghost called Alan, come back and give that to him to appease him, and then I'll be able to get back to where I came from. Maybe this ghost isn't stopping you from going that way. Maybe he's not stopping us from getting in. Maybe his real goal is to stop us from getting out until we meet the other ghost that we're supposed to meet and help. So that's what we're going to try next. And I still don't know if even what I'm doing is correct. This is just the only thing that I could think of. I know we're not supposed to get over there because that whole area over there isn't even on the in-game map. So we can discount all of that area over there. But that's the airlock door we just ran out of. This is the airlock room, and beneath this room is the mine. They were mining something called regolith, I think, like a special mineral that they found within the moon. And apparently it's very rare, and they were shipping it back to Earth, and that was giving the facility a lot of success before this place started to break down. And so you can kind of see the door, one of the big doorways up in the distance there against the wall. Maybe that's the way we're supposed to go. I really don't know. And like I said, maybe we're not even supposed to be out here yet. Maybe we're still supposed to be inside the main building looking for another solution. But we haven't made any progress. Like this is week 3 of us not making any progress. I mean, we made progress now, sort of, but you know, we haven't made any progress up till now over the course of 3 weeks. And so I couldn't think of anything. So I thought, well, maybe this is the solution. It's kind of one of those logical things where it's like, even though you don't think it's going to work, if you've tried everything else, then this might very well be the solution. So that's what we're going for. I can also see a little twinkly light over there. You might be able to see it yourself. I don't know what it goes to, but I think that could be a shadow down there, or it could just be a hole. I don't know. I'm thinking it's a hole. But we're going to just try. This is where I stopped before. I'm like, the ghost that blocks our passage is right there. You can't see him, but he's right there. And so I could try to just drop off this rock plant here and then walk all the way around. And you see there's what looks like a hole that we can drop through, but there's fog coming out of it. And that worries me. Because if there's a lot of fog in that room, I mean, that's kind of okay. But if there's a ghost in that room and I drop into it, I am screwed. Or I can ignore it. And I can continue climbing up here and go through that big door in the wall if it's open, if it's unlocked. So I don't even know if I can fall from here. Let's try. Let's see what happens. We did it. Okay, let's put on our light. Okay, so that would have been death had we dropped right there. I think walking really slow outside in space is also meant to help the player. It's not meant to hurt the player. Because if you're not careful and you were just sprinting around, you could very easily fall. And so let's go see the ghost again. I wonder if he'll say anything different since we're approaching him from this angle.
Go now. Well, looks like you're okay.
Nope. Okay. But now we're locked. Now there's no way of getting back. We can't, actually, maybe you could. Like, if we can get on that ledge, and that ledge goes up to the big door, maybe we can use that to bunny hop our way back. I don't know. Let's go towards this way. And the story with that ghost is it seems he just wants his friend Alan to get off of this rock. He wants his friend Alan to be able to go back to Earth and take care of his sister Nellie. Oh, Nellie. I want to see what that is. I think that's just a battery for your headlamp. I wonder why it would be over there, though. Like, we can't even get over there. I mean, maybe you could. Maybe you could bunny hop from here to there, but that's a really long distance. I'm not even going to try. No, this is the way I want it to go. Even this gap right here looks pretty big. Okay, hold on. Let me refresh my memory. Is it R1 or L1 that makes you jump? It's L1, okay. Alright. So I have to run and bunny hop my way over there. Here we go. Whee! Made it. We did it! Nothing in that corner. Now what's this? A thick layer of ice coats the surface. So then even if I wanted to get in, I couldn't get in. I would need like a special tool to break the ice. And even then, that might not be a good idea, because if I break the ice, maybe the ice is acting like a barrier keeping oxygen in the room, and if I break it, maybe it'll suck oxygen out of the room and hurt someone. Who knows, maybe there is a person that's alive in there. Okay, so that's not an option, really. So I guess our option is going to be climbing this then. Alright, there we go. Try to keep that off as much as possible to conserve battery. So if this door is locked, and there's nothing else we can do up here, I'm stuck. Again. Nice view, though. Alright, where does this lead? Oh, to the garage. Now, I'm gonna hope that when we go into the garage, there's no fog. There could be ghosts. I'm okay with ghosts. I just don't want there to be fog. Oh, there's multiple buildings over there. And that's as far down as the conveyor belt goes. Interesting that from here I can see everything. When I was right next to it, I couldn't because it was too dark. I guess that's thanks to the moon's reflective surface? Anyway, let's see if we can get into the garage. We can. Oh, this is good. I'm not seeing any fog. Oh. Security camera. Looks like there was some damage done here. That's a battery for our head thing. I'm keeping that. I'm not picking any more of those up. Just because once I get a message saying, hey, your battery's draining, like your lamp is draining, you may want to pick up a battery, then I'll pick up a battery. Otherwise, I feel like I'm just wasting them. What's this? Key storage box. Enter the key box ID. I don't know any key box ID. I guess that's something else we have to figure out. What about this? Let me walk away and then walk up again. Actually, let's check. What is this? Is the fuel thing? Fuel pump. Yep. I can't do anything with it though. Disassembled lunar rover. Is that what it says? Yeah. I tried to press the L1 button to see if I could jump, but this isn't low gravity. It's locked. Oh, okay. So maybe we have to figure out the code is to open the box, to get the key, to get inside here and get an item that we need. Because it's not going anywhere because it's disassembled. And I can't see anything inside, but there is a security camera right there. That's what that white circle is. And you can probably use that camera to look inside here in order to get an idea of what item might be in there. Creepy says, "Okay, going to bed now." All right, Creepy. Sleep well, my friend. Sleep well. Okay. Let me bring up my notes again. Also, do I still have the recording note about the... I do. Good. Let's go back to location. I don't know why I clicked that. Let's investigate the notes we have on locations. Alright. Garage. Garage where lunar rovers used in surface exploration are housed. The vehicle located inside has been disassembled and isn't running. A key box is mounted on one of the walls. Oh, I'm back in the work area. Oh, that's right, because this is a different... I'm back in the main part of the facility. I entered from a different angle. Alright, let's see what's through this door. Airlock room. Why is there an airlock room here? We're going outside again?
Adjusting atmospheric pressure. Please wait for pressure stabilization.
Let me
Atmospheric adjustment complete.
look around the room first. Make sure there's not anything in here. Okay, that I can use or take. A map of the area. First floor guide work area. What? Okay. On the positive side, this is a fog-free area, so that's nice. So, no violent ghosts. On the negative side, this place is incredibly dark. First floor guide work area. Let's see if I can read what this says. Oxygen production plant. We've been there. Electrolyzer room. We've been there. Regolith processing plant. We've been there. Material purification plant. I don't think we've been there. Airlock. We've been there. Oxygen adjustment room. I think we've been there. Monitor room. We've been there. What does that say? Looks like it says Stope. Stope control room? Then no, that doesn't help. Yeah, I don't know what that says. Ascension gate, monitor room, Stope of Regolith, lunar vehicle garage, and work passage. And we are there. Okay. All right. Hit up notes again. We also found the ID to the ghost who goes around and follows and stays with the fog. He is a Mr. Nick Getchell. Male. Ghost seen wandering the areas of the facility engulfed in the fog. He is a priest that was dispatched to the facility, being one of the few people whose counsel the director would listen to. But now he's dead. Okay. I feel like we're going to have to rely on the map here. I think this is. At one point, I did bump into someone streaming this game a while ago, and they were raging with this game. And I think the reason they were raging was because they were like, I'm done with this game. I hate it. I hate it because it's too dark. And I was like, well, can't you just turn up like the brightness setting in the game? And they're like, I did. I maxed it out and it's still too dark. And I keep running out of batteries. I'm sick of it. I'm done. And I get where the guy is coming from. But I think I'm going to try to work around that issue by using the map. And so, for some reason, I don't fully understand why, but for some reason, when we walk in here, we have a full map of the area. Yay! Doesn't make sense to me, but I'll take it. I was hoping we would, and I could just use this map to navigate. Maybe the reason we have this map now is because when I walked through the door, we were like face to face with like that map is saying, you are here. Here's the map of the area. And maybe since the character saw that, maybe that's why we have access to this. So basically I can just walk and I can put like, okay, I see a door on the right. Where does that go? It leads to the airlock. Okay. And I can just I'm going to have to keep tabbing in and out from the game screen to the map area, but we can use this for navigation purposes. That will make it easier. So we came in from the garage. We went to the airlock. Right now we're in the garage passageway. It looks like there's a door at the end, or we can continue left and into the oxygen production plant. I feel like we were there earlier, but we were there on a lower floor. I think we are in the place we're supposed to be. The bad news about this area is that it's full of fog. That sucks. Um, so hopefully there's no violent ghost in here. But there should also be a lift uh, around the bottom area. And so we can take that up. And if we do, we now have transport back to where we came from, which is awesome. There should also be a ladder in this room that we can climb to take us around the central pillar area. Uh, and so that's something as well that we can do. Though, honestly, I'm not sure we can climb ladders in this game. Actually, I think we can climb ladders. Yeah, we can climb ladders. We've done it before. So we have two ways to get. I thought I saw the camera go weird. We have two ways, I think, to get up. So that's good. Let's see where else we can lock onto. Okay, so this is electrolysis extraction. So this is the bottom floor. This is what's going on. It looks like we're retracing our steps. Now I'm just looking at the camera. Oh, the camera froze. Did the camera freeze? Yeah, the camera froze. All right, hold on. I tell you, this game is haunted. It is doing this. Let me reset the source again. You try and blink it out and then turn it back on. Nope. Okay. So I do have to reset it. There we go. Oh, oh. Ah, stop it. Stop it. All right, hold on. I can fix this, but the only other way I know to fix this is, and I always forget which cable it is, but I have to unplug the webcam and then plug it back in. And if I do that, it like resets the camera. All right, hold on. Okay. So I think it is this one. Let me try that again. All right, let's see if that was it. No, I don't think that was it. Not sure what I unplugged then. I try a different cable. Nope, that was to my lamp, my ring lamp. Okay. One cable left to try. Okay, let's see if that fixed it. Okay. Oh, wrong button. All right, we did it. Wonder what the USB cable was for. Oh, I know what it was for. I have the charger to the dock of my PlayStation Vita in here as well. I should actually put that away. I think I will later. Okay, let's get back to it. I've said it before. This Saturday and last Saturday, we've had issues. The last Saturday happened right at the end of the stream. At least I think it was right at the end. This Saturday, the issues happened like part of the way through. And that shut us down earlier, and now I had to reboot, and we're back at it. Okay. Electrolysis extraction. Trying to keep my eye on it. I feel like the camera's off too. Like it's, excuse me, like it's misaligned a little bit. Like it's a little too high. It did fall a bit ago, and I had to rearrange it or readjust it. There we go. I can't slouch too much. Let me adjust a little bit more. Okay. Oh. No, actually, you have to slouch to remain in center stream or center frame. But well, I don't do that anyway. Does that work? Is that okay? I think that's okay. Okay. We'll rock with that. All right. So we have electrolysis extraction, monitor room 1, work area. I don't think we've been there yet. Processing plant. We were here. We're on the first floor of where we used to be. The material storage room, we weren't able to get in. That's the airlock right there that we exited in order to get to the lunar surface in the first place. So we're just downstairs from where we originated. Very, very cool. Okay. Let's make our way down to the garage passage. I'm going to try to go through that door because I'm curious what's on the other side. And then we're probably going to come back into this area here. There's also a door in the oxygen production plant off to the left, and I don't know where that goes. But let's do this. We got this. We got this. What is this? Oh, I think that's just like a fire extinguisher door. Monitor room? Let's go into the monitor room first. Monitor room has a save area, which is epic. I was questioning whether or not I was ever going to get out of that other area. But the priest ghost. Yes. We did it. Monitor room 2, work area. All right. Let's have a look-see here through the camera system. All right. Oxygen production plant. Let's go back to the garage where we came in. 3 cameras are set up there. Ah. Flashback sequence.
Alan, why are you smiling like that?
Why was the password changed all of a sudden? Oh, that. Is it your son's birthday? I heard that he was born the other day.
Nathan? Yeah, what a kid.
Your daughter gave you that toy in the control room, huh? That was a really nice thing to do. Wish I had a family like that.
Okay, get back to work.
Okay, so the code we need to open the key box is the birthday of the kid, or it's the birth date of the ghost outside that won't let us back through that area. Okay. Something has been set down. That's the battery. Fuel pump. Vehicle parked. What? In the garage. Camera 2. Ah. There's something in the cab. I think that's a battery. That's how we get the battery. Okay. What's that? Oh, that's the door. I was like, what's blinking red over there? Wait, is that the code? $10.28? Is it that easy? I thought like we found out the name, not the name. We found out like that the code is the birthday of the guy's son, and then maybe we'd have to explore more areas, and then we would have to like um find a file or something that would be celebrating the kid's birthday, saying he just turned like 8 years old or something, and then we have to do some subtraction in years, and then we could eventually arrive at the birthday, and then we could type it in, and that would be the code. But is it really this easy? Just that's the code? It's just the code is on top of the box? Okay, I'll try that. Let me type that into chat so I won't forget it. 1028. Okay. If this works, I'm going to be pleasantly surprised. Alright. Garage passageway. Let's see what's in here. There shouldn't be anything in here. Also, look how good these low light cameras are. Like I've mentioned this before. This is ridiculous to me. Map of the work area, right? Like we were walking through here and we couldn't see anything because it was so dark. That's the door to the garage right there. And it's like you can clearly see all the way through this entire hallway. And it's like you couldn't do that before. And here's camera 2. This is monitor room. And this leads downstairs. Now let's check the oxygen control room. This is a tiny little area. It's full of fog too. That's bad. Wow, this is full of fog. There's only one camera too. See a bucket. Table up. Another flashback sequence. There's a ghost. There's a ghost here too. Flashback sequence.
This is far better than the conventional one. I've never seen minerals that produce this much oxygen. Finally. Congratulations, Director. This is a rare stone. It's so red. I got too close. That hole.
There's something on the chair. I bet that's a diary. There was a diary in the other room, but I couldn't access it. The ghost was preventing me from getting too close to it. But I'm pretty sure we're going to get to go through the other airlock again sometime. A warning light is flashing. I can't hear what he's saying. It sounds like he says I got too close.
Where did he go?
Where Did he go? Away. There he is. He has his back turned. But there's way too much fog in here. A spaceman toy. I bet if I can retrieve the spaceman toy, I can give it to the ghost that was outside. And he'll probably be at peace. I got too close something. So I gotta figure out how to vent this area from not being within this area. Okay. Oxygen production plant. We got 4 cameras here. Okay, there's a leak that's going on that we have to stop. I don't know how we're going to stop it, but we got to stop it. Maybe we need a tool. Maybe we need some sort of fork to plug the hole. I don't know. Tape. And there's that hot thing that we saw earlier today. Oh, wait, what does it say? Machine in the oxygen production plant. There is a meter on the front. Temperature gauge. Ah, flashback sequence.
This is good. We can't break everything. This'll help us. Jeffrey, did you hide the repairing tape?
Yes, I hid it by the tank.
Wait, someone's coming.
Mm-hmm. So what I'm gathering right now is that, or what I've been gathering, is that other employees here, other personnel here at this facility, we're starting to notice bad things happening. They were starting to notice stuff breaking down. They were starting to notice ghosts, and they wanted out. They wanted to get away from the facility. But the director would not allow them to leave. He wouldn't orchestrate transport back to Earth away from the facility. He considered to be unnecessary. And so I think what some of these personnel are trying to do is sabotage the facility so that the director might orchestrate an evacuation. Organa's here. Hello, Organa. How are you doing? Organa has redeemed Hydrate. Cheers, Organa. How are you doing? All right. So there is repair tape. The repair tape is hidden near the tank. I don't know where the tank is, but if we can find the tank, we can get the tape, come in here, and fix the oxygen leak, and then maybe that'll help the fog go away? I don't know. There's the ladder. We're finally making progress in this game, Organa. It's taken like 3 weeks, but it's finally happening. I finally came up with a plan last Saturday, and I was like, that can't be the way to do it, though. That doesn't... I like if that's like a stretch. I wouldn't... That can't be how you solve this situation. And I logged back in today. I'm like, there's nothing else I can think of. Like, I racked my brain for like 3 weeks. The only thing I can think of to do is to do the thing I think I shouldn't do. And I did it. And it proved to be successful. Okay. Camera 3. What is that? Control room. Ah, so we have to get to the control room, and I guess that would do something? I don't know. Reset something? Work lift control panel. Okay, so this is the panel that takes us back upstairs. I really want to make sure there's no ghost down here, though, because this place is full of fog. If there's any ghost down here, I could die very, very quickly. There's the ladder. Whoa, what was that? You're supposed to be sleeping right now. Oh. You have to drive home from Orlando in the morning. You're in Orlando? What are you doing in Orlando? Celebrating? Celebrating St. Patty's Day? Ventilation control device. I would use that, but I don't have... Actually, the card might work in here. Maybe. But do I have to use it in here? Typically, there's only a ventilation system where there's a ghost. I hope there's no ghost. If there's a ghost in here, I'm done. I'm dead. I don't see one. I don't hear one. But we could also just get attacked by the ghost that just bounces around in the fog randomly because he can sometimes avoid the cameras because spring break, nice. Took the kids to spend a week at your parents' house. Aw, that sounds nice. Kids get to hang with the folks. That's nice. Well, I hope you all had a good time. And that is a rather long drive from Orlando. That's like a... I don't know where you're going. I don't know if you live in like St. Pete or Tampa. I know to Tampa, that's like a 4-hour drive. Okay, so the control room... Okay, so there's the ladder. So behind the ladder is the control room door. Wait, what's this? Oh, maybe that's the way you enter this area. You enter the area, you go this way, that's the control room. You come this way, there's the ladder. You can climb this up there to fix this, but you need the tape that's near the tank, and I don't even know what tank they're talking about. At least 3 hours of driving, yeah. Do hope they all had fun. Wait, go back. I checked for green marks. Not so well with these last two cameras. Maybe you're supposed to go to the control room, get the new security card, and then vent the place. Okay, I think we're done with the cameras for now. Let's save again. Do you have any other plans for tomorrow? If not, you could probably... Yeah, it's not too late. It's just past midnight. You could continue to hang. What? That's weird. I just had a notification from Discord saying that they detected that I plugged in a new microphone into my computer, Realtek USB 2.0, and I was just unplugging stuff and replugging it back in to get the camera working again. But, oh, that's what it was. That's what it was. It detected a microphone as a mic. All right. That's the brand of the... Did I save? I wasn't paying attention. I'll save again. That's the brand of my webcam. I actually still don't know if I saved. Because I was looking over here and I was looking at how I rearranged the camera just now. And I'm like sitting sort of off to the side. And I'm thinking, should I rearrange the camera again? But then all I have to do is like shift my sitting position and I'm recentered. Like, well, it's still a little to the side though. How do I, let me see. I have the camera mirrored. So if I ever hold up anything on stream, you can read it. Like, you can read the, oh, you can't even read that. It's too bright. But if it was something darker, I guess you could read it. I wouldn't have to like reverse or anything. All right, let me try to twist the camera a bit. Well, hold on. Which way am I turning it? I'm turning it this way. Okay. How's that? That's better. Okay. I made like the tiniest adjustment. But I guess since it's like zoomed in so much, the tiniest adjustment with the camera like has huge like ramifications. Okay, so if I lean this way, I'm okay. If I lean this way, I'm okay. I would really have to like slouch this way. Yeah, I never slouched this far to the side. Down, up. We're good. Okay. Okay, all right, we saved. Now, before we continue, which would be going down there, we're going to go back to the garage. Oh, we're not in the garage yet. We're in the airlock that leads to the garage.
Adjusting atmospheric pressure. Please wait for pressure stabilization. Atmospheric adjustment complete.
Let's see. Enter the keybox ID. I think it's 1028. 1, 0, 2, 8. Enter. Accepted. Yay! What? Enter the password? What password? There's a password now, too? Hmm. You all suck. Let me get my notes. Ghost located in the oxygen control room. He is rummaging through a locker looking for something. Oh, crap. That's right. Okay. I am going to have to go back to the camera because I don't know where the locker that he's rummaging in is. And that's full of fog. So if I go into that room, I'm a dead man. Airlock. Airlock located between the garage and garage passageway. Air pressure stabilization must be achieved before movement between the main facility and the lunar surface is permitted. Garage passageway. Passage linking the airlock leading to the garage, monitor room 2, and the oxygen production plant. Monitor room 2 work. Monitor room with controls for cameras that watch over the garage, garage passageway, oxygen control room, and oxygen production plant. Keybox handprint. Handprint left on the wall next to the keybox in the garage. Two people in spacesuits are having a conversation regarding a password change. The change is somehow related to the birth of a new child. That's what it is. That's okay. So in the room with the ghost that I was just talking about, there's a child's toy. And that child was for the kid's birthday. And there's what looks like a diary or a journal on a chair. You probably have to go into that room, read the journal that will tell you about the kid's birthday. You do some probably subtraction, and that will give you the birth date of the child, and then you come back and use that as the password to open this box. That's how you do it. Okay. Okay, so we don't have all the information yet to open this. It's fine. Mineral silhouette. Mineral silhouette left behind on the desk in the oxygen control room. Two men are examining a newly discovered mineral and discussing its exceptional oxygen production properties. Railing handprints. Handprint left on the railing in the oxygen production plant. A man and a woman are talking to one another while sabotaging a piece of machinery in the room. She asks the man whether or not he hid the repair tape. Now this kind of stinks because there's no way to replay the video of this. You just have to read this. And remember that he said he hid it near the tank. What tank? No idea. I'm assuming it's the oxygen tank, but it could be the electrolysis tank. It could be any tank in the entire facility, so who knows. But I would assume it's like the oxygen tank, but the oxygen tank is in the same room. So does that mean he hid the tape in the same room where they damaged an area or like a product or whatever? Could be, I don't know. Camera still look okay? I think the camera still looks okay. Now I feel like I'm a little too much over here. I need to shift the camera more this way. Maybe that's just a perfectionist in me, though. Could be. When I lean all the way back in the chair, I'm pretty much in the center. Anyway, let's just go with that. Let's see.
Adjusting atmospheric pressure. Please wait for pressure stabilization. Atmospheric adjustment complete.
All right, I have to go back down to the end of this hallway and back into the camera room so that I know which room that ghost is in so I don't go in there and get myself hurt. He's in the oxygen control room. Yeah, he's right there. Okay, so don't go into the oxygen control room. Okay, so long as I stay out of the oxygen control room, I should be okay. So continue down the garage passageway, go into the oxygen production plant. Do not go into the tiny room on the left. Do not go into the control room. Go around that. And I'm guessing the big cylinder in the center of this room is the tanks. Maybe he hid it somewhere around here, the tape, the repair tape. We can also try to run our card through, our ID card, to see if it'll vent all the fog in this room. I don't think it will, though. But we can give it a shot. Hopefully there's no other ghost in here. Find the repair tape, climb the ladder, repair the leak. Maybe that will help. Something? I don't know. And I guess that's it. All right, let's do it. I'm just really worried that there's a ghost in down here, because if there is, it's like this is going to be so much harder than I would want it to be. Oxygen production plant.
Oxygen leak detected.
Okay. Here is the control room. That's where we don't want to go. That's where the ghost is that will kill us. Here's the ladder that leads up there, but we don't have the repair tape, so it's pointless. Ventilation control device. A card reader is visible on the front panel.
Please insert employee ID card.
We'll give this a shot. It didn't work in the last one, but who knows, maybe it'll work in this one.
Invalid ID. Unable to activate ventilation system.
Right. We gotta find a new ID.
Oxygen leak detected.
Okay. We can take this up, but there's no reason to do that yet. I think what we have to do first is we have to find the repair tape. Let's wander around looking at the floor. Because I assume that tape is hidden low. I mean, maybe it isn't, but I assume it is. Oh, we can't, that's it. We can't go anywhere else. Alright, well, let's climb the ladder then. That is such a weird system to me. If you walk up to the ladder, your character will not automatically climb it. You have to click on X. But when you do click on X, like I would expect the character to just auto climb, but that doesn't work either. You have to click X to initiate the ladder climb. And then once you've climbed up, only then can you like press the forward or up button to actually like finish climbing the ladder. Okay, I don't see anything on the floor here. Let's look up for the leak.
Commence repairs immediately.
There it is. There's a leak in the pipe.
Oxygen leak detected.
See, to me, this looks like a tank. It looks like an oxygen tank. So I would assume the tape is hidden somewhere nearby. And they said someone was coming, so they didn't have a lot of time to hide anything.
Oxygen leak detected. Commence repairs immediately.
I wonder when my character found descending the ladder so relaxing that his heart actually slowed. That's where we came in. That's the control room. Wait, can I walk through here? I can. No, I can't. Okay. I guess let's go up. Forklift control panel. Oh, I'm stuck. I can't, like, look around or anything or move. I guess that's to keep you from accidentally falling out of the panel while it's moving. Alright, we're back up here. We've come full circle. Does he mean the tape is hidden near this tank? I have to find repair tape. He said he hid the repair tape near the tank. Like, okay. What tank? I don't think this would be the case. I hope we don't have to go all the way through the airlocks all over again, because the tape is literally hidden underneath this thing. I hope that's not what's going on. I mean, it'd be a clever... No, that wouldn't be a clever place to hide it, would it? And if I'm wrong about that, you'd have to go through the airlocks all over again just to get back. I don't think the game would do that to you. Alright. Okay. What am I missing? Let's check notes again. Sometimes your character will pick up on things that you don't. Oh, I got no new location thing from this because I was just downstairs in a room I had already been in upstairs, which was this, the oxygen production plant. An enormous tank. See, this is a tank. He said he hid it near the tank. An enormous tank dominates the center of the room. Next to the tank is a lift used to convey workers and materials between levels. A warning alarm can be heard reverberating throughout the area. So he hid it somewhere in this room. I don't want to do this. What I'm thinking is maybe he did hide it underneath the lift. If he did that, though, that is going to be a severe pain in the butt. That means I have to sneak back into the room with the sleeping ghost, get lucky again, walk over to the door, exit the airlock, head back to the lunar surface, make a circle, do multiple jumps to get back into the garage door and walk all the way back over here and then look. And then if I'm right, then I have the tape, then I can climb up the ladder and fix that thing. But if I'm wrong, then the only way to get back up here would be to go back outside. No, if I'm wrong, I'm locked. I literally locked myself in the game. Let me think. And the reason I would lock myself is because there's a ghost. Basically, there's a ghost out on the lunar surface, on the moon surface, that will let you only go one way, and only in one direction. And the way sort of to come full circle was to ride the lift up that we just rode up. But you can't call the lift down. The lift only operates by someone being on the lift. I'm going to go back to the room and try to look for it. Try to look for the tape. What was that?
Oxygen leak detected.
That was a heavy thump right there.
Commence repairs immediately.
And what I was talking about is maybe like they hid the tape under here. And so in order to find the tape, you would have to hop on here, ride this up, and then go all the way around, come back to this area, and then find the tape, then climb the ladder and repair the leak. I can't squeeze in here.
Oxygen leak
A
detected.
huge tank, it appears to be very old, so they hid the tape near the tank. But where is the tape? There are 4 cameras in this room, 4 security cameras. You would think that with the 4 security cameras, you'd be able to see the tape. I'm guessing it just looks like a roll of duct tape.
Oxygen leak detected.
Oh. Oh.
Commence repairs immediately.
Alright, let's do it. If I'm wrong, I'm just going to have to... I'm not even going to bother trying to run all the way back. I'll just reset the game from the last save point. If this is the solution, this is a really annoying solution.
Commence repairs immediately.
Now we're back in the electrolysis room. Wait for him to wake up and then go back to sleep.
Adjusting atmospheric pressure. Please wait for pressure stabilization. Atmospheric adjustment complete. Adjusting atmospheric pressure. Please wait for pressure stabilization. Atmospheric adjustment complete.
Okay, now we're back out on the surface of the moon. Now we have to jump over this thing again. Okay, we made it. Good. And now we have to go... Oh, you can't turn when you're in the air. I guess that's realistic. Around the side of the facility again. Up here. And drop right here in the center. Okay. Now, you can't see him unless you get close, but there's a ghost right there. And basically, he won't let you cross at all. But you can still get to this side of him by doing what I just did, by going on the back of one of those facilities over there, and then climbing that rock face and then dropping down on this side. So that's how you bypass the ghost. But you can't get back. There's only one way through this. And so if this solution is wrong, I've just locked myself. But I haven't saved, so I can always get out of it. I have to come this way. There's another hole here, another gap that I have to jump over. Whee! Oh, oh, I got nervous there. I thought maybe I hit a... I didn't jump far enough. We can't go through there. That's frozen. That's ice. So eventually we're going to have to find either a tool to break the ice, or maybe something hot that we can use to set on top of the ice to melt it. I don't know. This is the garage door again. This is where we were at with the numeric keypad that we didn't have the password for. Okay. Then let's head back to the airlock door here. That was weird. There was no sound for that door.
Adjusting atmospheric pressure. Please wait for pressure stabilization. Atmospheric adjustment complete.
We're back in the hallway. We can't see it, but that's the monitor door. Turn left. There's the hallway down again. And now we're in the room that we just left.
Oxygen leak detected.
There's the control room door. There's the ladder again. Let's go this way. Nope, there's no tape.
Commence repairs immediately.
So that means that this was not the solution. That would have been a clever place to hide it, though. Well, maybe.
Oxygen leak detected.
Since we're down here anyway, though... Let's take another look around. I really don't see any tape. I mean, he said he hid the tape.
Commence repairs
Like,
immediately.
where would you hide the tape? The only thing I can think of is that maybe, like, you hid it, like, in between the pipes?
Oxygen leak detected.
Or behind some? There's nothing here, though. What he could have also meant is that he hid the tape near the tank
Commence repairs immediately.
up top somewhere. Not as you're climbing the ladder, that wouldn't make sense. But maybe you come over here and take the lift up, and it's up there somewhere. That could be it. I'm going to dive into the control room just for the heck of it.
Detected.
Oh, it's locked. I didn't expect that.
Commence repairs immediately.
Climb back up here again. I can't look left or right.
Oxygen leak
Okay.
detected.
I thought maybe they hit it off to the side as you're climbing the ladder on a pipe somewhere, but no.
Commence repairs immediately.
There's the lift. Alright, guy, where did you hide this tape at? Where did you put it?
Oxygen leak detected.
No, that's not it. That's a security camera. Did you hide it up here somewhere?
Commence repairs immediately.
I feel like, no. If you just toss the tape up there, people would see that.
Oxygen leak detected. Commence repairs immediately. Oxygen leak detected.
I don't know. We're going to load back into the camera room, and we're going to try to use the security cameras again to look for the tape. Yes. Oxygen production plant. Alright. Maybe these cameras can see something that I'm not seeing. Wait, what's that? Oh, that's just like a device to help keep the pipe from falling. I thought that was a roll of tape on top of the large metal pipe. I was like, is that it? Okay, so that's the leak. I don't see anything on top of any pipes anywhere. Where are you? You had the repair tape. Someone was coming. You had to put it somewhere. Where did you hide it? Well, no. He said he hid the tape before someone was coming. He already hid the tape, the repair tape, next to the tank before someone was walking over. You did a good job of hiding it, pal. You did. Give you props. Not up here anywhere. Let's try camera 2. And actually, we're going to have to burp real quick because I have to use the restroom, probably from drinking all this tea. But then we will be RB, and we'll continue to try to figure out this mystery. But we did make progress today, so I'm pretty happy about that. I feel like it is too much over here now. So I need to put it more this way. There we go. Better. Maybe not perfect, but it's like really close. Okay, burp. All right. We are back. Hello again. Okay. We're not giving up. We did do another 2 hours though, so we hit our 4 hour marker. But we're gonna keep examining. We're gonna keep trying to find the next. I feel like the next important clue here is to find the tape, patch the hole. I don't really know what's gonna happen after that, because even when we patch the hole, that'll stop the alarm. Maybe. I don't really know what else would happen after that, but I do want to adjust something real quick here. I'm going to blink out of existence temporarily. So you'll get to see more of the game screen. And the reason for that is I have my breakfast here. Yes, I'm having breakfast actually at like 1 o'clock in the morning. I have some soup. And while I munch, we will continue trying to figure out what to do next. Okay, my earbuds are back in. I don't see any tape up here. Try camera 3. Camera 4. I feel like each camera here, these cameras weren't just placed randomly around the room. The developers are trying to help you. They're trying to show you things. I think the purpose of camera 4, was to show you that here is the lift that will take you all the way back up. That's the purpose of camera 4. Camera 3, I think, is twofold, maybe. It's to show you here is the control room door, but it's also to show you that here is the ladder that you can climb that takes you all the way up to repair the leak. So again, I'm not sure what good repairing the leak is going to do. Camera 2, I think, I don't even know what no. Camera 2 is the oddball. From camera 1, you can clearly see the leak. You can see where it's coming from, and also the handprints were here on the pipe or the railing to trigger a flashback sequence. So the only oddball here is camera 2. Why did they give us this viewpoint? What is the purpose of camera 2? What did they want me to see from this angle that I'm not seeing? Hey, Orfeo in chat. Hello, Brandon. How are you doing? No cam for a bit because I am eating some soup. As far as the game goes, I have run into another puzzling situation. Will I be streaming Sunset? Excuse me. Will I be streaming Sunset Overdrive for Monday Marvels? I will not. I'll be moving on to a different game. An indie game called Shady Part of Me. What happened with Sunset Overdrive? I didn't care for it. It's not a game for me. It kind of forces you to play the game the way it wants you to play it, rather than the way that I want to play it. And that's really the issue I have with Sunset Overdrive. I said on last Monday's video that I like the vast majority of things in Sunset Overdrive. I love the graphics, I like the character design, I like the customization, I like the story, I like the characters. The humor at times feels like it's trying a little too hard to be funny, but I get it, it's okay. The art design is really well done. I love how it's a wacky game that doesn't take itself too seriously. It's very bright and colorful, which is something I like. I like the detail in the environments. There's a lot of cool stuff like billboards and graffiti to look at, and it's a great world that I would like to spend more time in. But you can't do that because there's a ton of enemies almost constantly on the prowl, and they're extremely strong. They can kill you in like the weakest enemy in that game can 3-shot you. And I feel like that's ridiculous. Like the difficulty is on par with like Demon Souls. Like it's that hard. It is absolutely brutal. But Demon Souls only throws like 1 to 3 enemies at you at any point in time. Sunset Overdrive will throw like 20. Like it's ridiculous. Now it's possible to make the game a lot easier. You can do that. And the way you do that is by grinding the rails, or you grind the power lines overhead. And if you do that, then it makes it very, very hard for the enemies to hit you. However, if you're doing that either just for transportation's sake, just to get from point A to point B on a map, or if you're doing that just to conduct combat, which there is a lot of in the game, then you're not getting the chance to really take in the atmosphere, to really sightsee. And that's what I really want to do in the game. I just want to walk around and kind of sightsee and look at everything. But you can't do that. The game doesn't want you to do that. It doesn't let you do that. And so I feel like there's this great world to be seen and explored and experienced, but I'm not allowed to see it. And so, because I can't play the game that I can't enjoy the game the way I want to enjoy it, I'm like, I'm done. I'll just play something else. So that's why I decided to leave. I don't see anything here. Let me check cameras in a different room. Let me check in the control room. That's going to be a while if the tape is here, because I don't even know what to do if the tape is in here, because this door is locked anyway. So I need that toy to give to the ghost on the lunar surface, and then he'll probably vanish and be at peace and give me something. And there's a diary. I'm guessing within the diary is probably the birth date of that guy's son. And we can use that code to open the key box to get the key that we need to get the battery from the vehicle. But I don't see anything else here. That's just like a garbage canister. Those are ventilation shafts. That's the entry door that we can't get in anyway because it's locked. And there's the ghost. Which we're going to have to vent this area of fog first, I think, and then do something else in order for him to unlock the door, or we're going to... Maybe that's what it does. Maybe once we repair the leak, maybe that's why there's an alarm in here. Maybe the door to the control room will automatically unlock. And then we can come in here. But first we have to repair the leak and vent the area. And that's it. We're done. Wait, cam 1. Cam 1 is the only camera on the other side of the tank. But we can't gain access to either side of the tank. It's not in here, is it? The tape? No, okay. I was gonna say that would be irksome if I'm the whole time I'm trying to find... Wait, what is that? Oh, that's just... I don't know what that's supposed to be. Maybe that's supposed to be a light if the electricity in here were fully working. I walked the wrong way. There's nothing in the hallway here, is there? No. Nothing in the pipework? No.
Oxygen leak detected. Commence repairs immediately. Oxygen leak detected.
How did this guy hide the tape near the tank? The repair tape near the tank. when there's nothing to hide it, like, behind. Like, the only thing I can think of is the pipes.
Oxygen leak detected. Commence repairs immediately.
The tape has to be in this room somewhere.
Oxygen leak detected. Commence repairs immediately. Oxygen leak detected.
I feel like it could be around here. This is still near the tank, but I don't see any tape.
Commence repairs immediately. Oxygen leak detected.
Hmm.
Commence repairs immediately.
Maybe I'm thinking. Maybe I'm thinking too narrowly. When the guy said he hid the repair tape near the tank, maybe that doesn't necessarily mean the same in which the tank is. Maybe that means. Wait, is that it? There's something in between the pipes. Aha! I was like, maybe, yeah, maybe I'm thinking too narrowly. Maybe when he said he hid it near the tank, that could mean the rooms nearby the tank. That doesn't necessarily have to mean that the room with the tank in it. We found the tape. We found the repair tape. Interesting that I never noticed this before. But then I guess why would I? I didn't have any, I guess, reason to hold on, hold on, hold on. This made me think about something real quick. If I miss that clue, that's why you can walk all the way down and turn right. There's no door down there, that's not that I know of. That's how you get the tape. That's why that's there. Maybe I missed a flashback sequence here somewhere. Actually, I think there was a flashback sequence there in this hallway. I think it was just a boot print or something on the on the walkway. Okay, let's go get that tape. There it is. Oh, it's right next to the monitor room. Repair tape. Tape used to make quick temporary repairs. Ah, we got it. Nice. Alright, let's go back. Go back down. I'm gonna be upset if, like, I fix this somehow and then I get attacked by ghosts without getting the opportunity to save or something. Like, ugh. Alright. Climb the ladder again.
Commence repairs immediately.
Walk back around to the leak. There's a leak in the pipe. Items. Repair tape. Tape used to make quick temporary repairs. Use. Oh, crap. No. The ghost got let out, and he's climbing up here. The ghost that was in the control room was climbing up to us. I'm dead. Why would you do this to me? Why? Why would you kill me? I'm shocked that worked. Basically, the ghost that was hiding in here left here to go climb a ladder to see who repaired the thing. And I was able to avoid the ghost, which... And I'm still not even sure the ghost isn't going to come back here. I would think he isn't. But I mean, I could be wrong. The door doesn't open. That's just a closet.
Dear Daddy, how are things on the moon? We've got big news for you today. Mommy delivered a baby boy on May 24th.
May 24th.
He is so cute. So you have to come home soon so you can see the new baby. I'll be sure to send you a picture of him when I send this doll. See you soon and take care of yourself. We really, really miss you lots. Love you, Daddy.
Daily report. Daily report logbook. It must have belonged to a worker here. It is covered in dust. Work-related documents. A toolbox. I can't take the toolbox, can I? I cannot. The only thing I think I can interact with was the toy. Kind of cute. Spaceman toy. And the book, and that's it. So now I need to get myself out of here before that ghost decides to come back in here, because if he does, I'm dead. Okay. Get out of here. What might happen is maybe... Let me save real quick. I don't even know. I thought I would actually literally pick up the toy and take that to the guy. But that's not going to put him at... But I can't pick up the toy. I don't know why I can't pick up the toy. I just poke it. Whatever. Let's go through the logbook. And also, let's go through our notes again. Ghost located in the oxygen control room. He is rummaging through a locker looking for something. I looked where the ghost was standing. I didn't see anything. It just looked like a wall. Okay. Oxygen control room. Management office where those responsible for overseeing the lunar facility's oxygen production and distribution needs would have worked. Various reports and documents are strewn about the desk. Items. Okay, so the tape is gone. I guess that was a one-time use thing. Daily report. Daily report logbook. It must belong to a worker here. Oh, crud. I didn't mean to use it. I meant to read it. Okay. My promotion to executive employee went through today, and I just received my new ID card. The card is made from a soft form memory alloy, like Metal Gear, and is a garish golden color. You'd think something like this wouldn't be necessary in a work environment where everyone needs to be ready to fill in wherever they are needed. But that's corporate wisdom for you. Okay, so this is the new ID card. This is the card that we need to vent the fog in the other areas of the facility that our current ID card doesn't work for. That would be both really cool and really annoying at the same time if I continue to read this journal and then like the card he was using, basically the card is like a bookmark. Like maybe the ghost was in here looking for his ID card and just forgot that he used it as a bookmark in the journal. And like players who would pick up this book and never read it, or would purposely skip it because they're like, I don't care about the lore of this game. I just want to beat it just to say I beat it. They would never find the card and they would just be stuck in this game forever. That would be kind of funny. I don't think that's what happened. I kind of hope that's what happened, though. Okay. Much has happened since the accident. A new type of mineral was discovered. Oxygen production levels have increased dramatically, and a strange fog is spreading throughout the facility. There hasn't been any time to rest. I hope things will quiet down soon. Things are kind of quiet now. Everyone's dead, just about. The search to uncover the cause of the fog continues, but no leads have been found so far. There were reports of fog in the spaceport today, and some people claimed to have seen ghosts. Everyone is exhausted, but headquarters is still insisting that mining operations go ahead as scheduled. When I last spoke with a colleague back on Earth, he told me that the director had been in contact with headquarters regarding their pressure to meet mining production quotas to the exclusion of all else. The director has worked tirelessly on this project, but hasn't seen himself lately. There are reports of him wandering about the facility, clasping the stone and muttering to himself. My executive employee status was revoked today. Oh, mining operation delays, as well as my lack of success in locating the fog's source, were given as the reasons. Oddly enough, I am actually relieved. I've discarded my executive employee ID card and am just a normal worker again. My first job now will be to see what can be done about the fog accumulating in the spaceport. So where did you discard the ID at? Actually, wouldn't that be a bad idea? You have a high-level security ID card and you're just like, oh, I'm just going to throw it just anywhere. Wait, he said he discarded it. Maybe it's in the garbage bin. I didn't check the garbage bin. I'm still eating. Oh, that's it? That was the whole thing? He said he discarded it. I'm going to assume that he's not a litterer. So let's save again. Made some good progress there. We're going to go back outside. We're going to head back into the control room. And we're going to look in the garbage bin. Hopefully the ghost isn't back in the control room, because that would suck. But I don't think he's going to go back in the control room. I think he's going to stay permanently up there where he climbed the ladder to. The only way I think... Okay, I thought that was him climbing down the ladder. The only way I think he would move is if maybe he saw us as we're making our way around the pipe to descend the ladder. Then I think maybe he would try to follow us. But aside from that, I think we're okay. At least I really hope we are. So this is where he was standing before, looking for something. But there's nothing here. But we never checked the garbage bin. Aha! You didn't even see it in there. I just walked up to the garbage bin and clicked on it. Bent employee ID card. The card is made out of a soft metal alloy and is bent in half. So he bent the card. Okay, I know how to fix this. He said it's made out of a soft alloy. If it's soft, that means it's bendable. Oh, there is something I do worry about, though, because of what I'm about to do next. I want to take this up, but if I take this up, I'll see the ghost. And if I see the ghost, I question Whether or not he's going to kill me, actually. Ghosts aren't like people. Like, a ghost will just float towards you. I mean, he climbed the ladder, but... well, we'll see what happens. Hopefully he just won't notice us. Make our way here to this thing that's really hot. It looks extremely hot. Water droplets landing on the surface quickly evaporate. Okay, I think we can lay the car down here and let it melt a little bit so that it can straighten out. Items. Bent employee ID card. The card is made out of a soft metal alloy and is bent in half. Okay, let's try using it, see what happens. Got it. Executive ID card. There is a magnetic strip across the back of the card. Excellent. Now we have to make our way, hopefully not get seen by the ghost, and take this back down. And then once we get back down, we can scan the card and vent the fog from this area, from this room. And there's the scanner. Ventilation control device. A card reader is visible on the front panel.
Please insert employee ID card.
Executive ID card.
ID verified. Ventilation system activated.
So no one even took this guy's like info out of the system. They just left it in there. Why is it so dark in here? The heck? Remove smoke system. Until start, swipe your ID card. What? Remove smoke system. Until start, swipe your ID card. What the heck is this? Remove smoke system until start. Swipe your ID. I don't... what? Why is it so dark in here? I guess that means it worked. It has been activated. I guess it was always this dark in here. It's just I didn't notice it because the fog was in my face and it was bright white. Because, I don't know. Well, let's go up here and talk to the ghost. There he is. What's up, guy? How you doing? Like a repair job? The leak is sealed. Hey. Well, someone had to fix it. Yep. Well, I'm not a repair person. Thank you.
Since we started using that stone, the oxygen supply has stabilized,
But
a strange fog has been coming out. Needs more work for us.
Hmm.
It's
Oh, I don't like the sound of that.
There's still a pile of work left to take care of. Thanks again.
Oh, never mind. I thought he was going to, like, literally go to the spaceport where there's probably even more fog and more ghosts. I think what he was doing, I don't think he was looking for the card now. I think he was looking for the repair tape for this. That's why once we repaired it, he came to check it out. And then, since that was like the last task he meant to perform in life, he ascended. Like, he moved on to the next life. And it left behind, there's something on the ground. Security level 3 card key. Heck yeah. Level 3 is imprinted in the yellow bar on the front. So we can now access all level 3 security areas. Yes! Alright. But before we do that, there's even more things I want to get up to. So the next thing I want to do is go save the game again, in case something bad happens. And then I want to use the date of that guy's child. I thought I saw something at the right corner of my eye there as I was descending the ladder. Oh, it's just the pipes. Then I want to open that doorway. Or get the keys, what I mean. Okay. I know I typed the other number into chat earlier, but I'll just use the camera system so I don't have to scroll up. I don't know how high up I would have to scroll otherwise. Let's go back to garage. And then I believe it's camera 3. $10.28. Gotcha. That's what I was looking for. Let's walk back to the garage.
Adjusting atmospheric pressure. Please wait for pressure stabilization. Atmospheric adjustment complete.
Okay. Now we come over here. Key storage box. Enter the key box ID. It is 1028. Enter. Accept it. Nice. Enter the password. Now the password was the birthday of his child, and that's May 24th. So I'm guessing that's... I'm going to guess this is an Americanized date where the month and then the day would come, rather than the other way around. Okay. So January, February, March, April, May. That's 5. Fifth month, so 05. And then the day is 24. Enter. Accepted. Yes. There is a key inside. Lunar Rover key. The words Lunar Rover are etched on the key. Key storage box. Is there another one? There's not another one. I got excited. I was like, ooh, how many keys are in here? Oh, wait, what's this? Wait, what did I just do? I guess you can interact with it like, okay, well, that's weird. If you wanted to take another key, which I don't really want to, but... Oh, what did it say? What did it say? That's so irksome. I just want to read the message again. I give up. Alright, let's go open the door. It's locked. Disassemble Lunar Rover. Lunar Rover key. Yeah, it's unlocked. Vehicle battery. Large capacity battery. It looks salvageable. Excellent. Anything else in here? Yes? No? No? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Alright, now that we have a battery, we can charge the battery. We're making progress. Get back here. And we're going to go back this way.
Adjusting atmospheric pressure. Please wait for pressure stabilization.
Yes.
Atmospheric adjustment complete.
Alright, I have finished eating my soup. Toss some bags of crinkles away. It's very tasty soup. I haven't had wonton soup in quite some time. Probably in a few months. Bit high in sodium, but very tasty. Though one might say that about pretty much anything that has high sodium. Salt tends to make things taste better. Okay. Let me get the camera back on. Edit scene. And hello again. All right. Going this way. I'm going to skip the save room. Hopefully this doesn't bite me in the rear end. No, I don't think it will. I do really want to make sure, though. Like, really? Like, I can't take the toy? Uh-oh. My bad. You know what I'm curious about? It's broken. I'm curious now if... What if I didn't either hear or remember the birth date of the kid for the code, and I came back here and tried to... re-interact with the toy? Would it do what it just did and break again, or would it break? Will it only break basically after you open the key compartment, because you no longer have a need to hear the message or the clue? I'm thinking that's the case. It'll only break after you open the key compartment. You know what? I am going to go back. I just thought of something. Like, I have been using the lamp, this thing, off and on, and it's probably still mostly full. I think you get the warning saying your battery's running out of charge when you're at like 50% battery. And then I think you get like another warning when you're at like 25%. So since I have been using it,
Adjusting atmospheric pressure.
I'm just going to come
Please
back
wait
into this
for
garage
pressure
area,
stabilization.
and I'm going to pick up the battery here to recharge my lantern
Atmospheric
or lamp.
adjustment complete.
And then I'm going to just turn around and go back. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make my way back into the room where all the fog was. Portable battery. Searchlight battery cell. Charge it. There we go. Then I'm going to ride the lift up. And then I'm going to move into the save room upstairs.
Adjusting atmospheric pressure. Please wait for pressure stabilization.
And then I'm going to make my way back in.
Atmospheric adjustment complete.
Then I'm going to make my way back into the area with the sleeping astronaut ghost. Sneak behind him. Use our new executive ID card. And vent the area. Then he'll be peaceful. We'll be able to talk to him. And then we'll be able to talk to the other two ghosts in the other area. And we'll see what happens. And maybe one of those three ghosts is named Alan. And if it is, then we can talk to that ghost. And he might give us something that we can use to come back down. Well, not necessarily back down here. It'd be fast if we just go the other way. Go back to the ghost that's outside, slumped against the rock on the moon's surface. And give something to him, and then he would give us something. We actually got two things that I did not expect at all. I didn't expect that we would get the security level 3 key card this soon. And I didn't expect, I was really hoping, but I didn't really expect that we would get the new ID card that we can vent the higher tier areas with. Okay, we've saved our game. Let me head back to the notes here. I want to see the new stuff we've been knocking out. Paolo Dato. Ghost from the oxygen production plant. At one time, he was the executive in charge of overseeing the facility's oxygen production needs. He vanished from sight after confirming that the leaking pipe had been repaired. And locations? Where? There. Oxygen production plant. Now you see without all the fog. An enormous tank dominates the center of the room. Next to the tank is a lift used to convey workers and materials between levels. Pipes can be seen leading from the tank into the surrounding facility. Nice. Now, what about all the way up here? No, it still says visibility is limited by a dense fog that permeates the air. I guess that's different from the water filtration plant. Okay. Also, did you notice how it was weird that I went into what was called the control room, right? And there was no controls in the control room down there? I thought that was kind of weird. I guess the control room is just like the decision-making area. Okay, creep down the stairs. Wait.
Please insert employee ID card. ID verified. Ventilation system activated.
Oh, yeah. This area is now clean. Let me also check my inventory. Alright, what's up, guy? Wake up. Come on. Hey. Wake up. What? I just shook him awake and he went back to sleep. Hey. Wake up.
Dimitri, did your shift just start? You...
I'm not Dimitri.
I can't believe there was a survivor. What is going on here? Oh, yes. Our commander. Did you see the commander?
I did. What? Have you seen Claudia? No. Can you fix this radio? No. Hmm. You have to wake him up again?
There are 6 of us who came here. When our fuel was running low, we stopped here. We saw a monster, so we ran away.
Oh, these are the guys from the intro to the game.
Our commander distracted the monster and we escaped. That was the last we saw him.
I think that's Victor Ivanov.
Everyone is worried about him. If we could only find out if he is alive.
He's not. You're not going to go to... You are going to go to sleep again.
are 6 of us who came here. When our fuel was running low, we saw our commander distracted the monster and we escaped. Everyone is worried about him. If we could... This is Nikolai's.
There we go. Had to be awake.
Why do you have this?
Wake up. Maybe I have to show him security card 1. Oh, Nikolai was the one who gave us security card 1. Nikolai didn't give me anything else. Just this.
This is Nikolai's. Why do you have this?
Maybe what I have to do. Scientific text on mining and oxygen production. Computer terminal, which I can't use. Wait, what does this thing do? Control panel. There is a lever on one side. I don't know what that thing does. It sounded like the noise was coming from here, like on the other side of the door. Alright, well if you're going to sleep on the job, I'm going to go over here and see what's going on with material storage. Okay, so the guy over here is Igor, the guy in there is Dimitri. Hmm. Um... Oh.
Adjusting atmospheric pressure. Please wait for pressure stabilization. Atmospheric adjustment complete. Adjusting atmospheric pressure. Please wait for pressure stabilization.
That lever has to do something.
Atmospheric adjustment complete.
I'm going to try to make my way back over to this ghost and talk to him. Oh yeah, you can see one of his shins is bloody. That's why he was using this walking stick. Then the walking stick broke. And he just slumped here next to a rock, and that's how he died.
Well, looks like you're okay.
Hmm.
Go now.
Oh. I wonder if the item he gives us once he moves on to the next life is his walking stick. And maybe we're supposed to use his walking stick to go over there to where that thing is iced over and use this to like smash out the ice so we can drop down in there. Maybe.
Go now.
So there's 4 astronauts. There's Ivanov, that's 1. There's the 3 in there, that's 4. There's maybe him, though it's weird that he's dressed so differently. But I mean, maybe that's 5? I don't know. I feel like he's not part of their team. I feel like because his suit's so different, that maybe that's an astronaut suit from this facility, not the one that the other astronauts. The other astronauts are from someplace different. Um, there is another ghost that we've seen who doesn't interact with us, even when we stand right in front of him and try to talk to him. It's like he ignores us, and it looked like he's searching for something. So that's probably another one. So that's Victor. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 5. Unless he is number 6, but that is. I don't know. That would be really weird if he's part of the team.
Go now.
Ah, made it. All right, I have another idea.
Adjusting atmospheric pressure. Please wait for pressure stabilization. Atmospheric adjustment complete.
Or if this just turns off the machinery. Yep, that's what it did. A huge ore processing machine is visible behind the partition. Oh. I get it. So I think I did do the right thing originally. Like the first time I came through this area. Because what wakes him up every once in a while is the machinery. But if you come over here and you move that lever down, that turns off the machinery so it no longer wakes him up. And then you have plenty of time to get through the door. That's what it's for. Okay. Okay, so since they won't open the door, and he's not doing anything because apparently he needs proof that his leader is dead. I think his leader is the one was Ivanov. We're gonna have to figure something. I'm gonna go into my notes, but I think ultimately what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go back to the hub area and speak with the android who paints pictures of people. He paints pictures of their spirits that he helps ascend, and maybe he'll give me a clue. But let me dive back into my notes real quick. goes to the materials storage room. It appears he's locked the door and is waiting until it is his turn to keep watch in the regolith processing plant. Igor Hingen. That's the guy who woke up. Ghost sitting on a box in the regolith processing plant. He is a member of a space exploration team that stopped at the facility to refuel their shuttle. He's worried about the commander. Commander's dead though, right? Let me go back up to Nikolai. Nikolai Ivanov, ghost from the filtration plant hallway. He was relieved to learn that the young girl's ghost was liberated and offered a last bit of advice before his spirit too was granted release. And his advice was that beware the fog. Hmm. Maybe if I just take the battery over there, he'll disappear. I would vent all the fog out of here too. Nice. Guess that thing's just gonna stay hot. And this isn't foggy anymore. It vented out the entire area. Alright, I need to see the map. Okay, where are we going? Okay, let's go to the hub area. That's the central hall. And then once in there, we'll detour to Oh, wait. Yeah, I don't know how this is going to work. At some point, we have to receive some sort of item that will temporarily, like, keep the ghosts away from us, even if we're in a fog room. Because otherwise, I feel like there's going to be no way to make progress in some of these areas. If we go to water filtration plant, well, I'll be. How did we do that? We repaired the leak. I know that. This thing was full of fog, by the way. We repaired the leak. We vented the area. Did venting the oxygen area vent this area too? Because there was a lot of fog in here. There's also a ghost in here. But the ghost isn't here anymore. Where'd the ghost go? Well, what I was going to say was that we'd have to figure out how to get over here, use this machine, control panel, to somehow rotate this bridge to allow us access to that room, which is here. And I thought once in here, maybe this is where we'd scan the ID card that we have, the new ID card, to vent this, area of fog. But I guess not. So now I don't know what this machine does. Oh, the ghost went in here. I see. Nope, I was going to go to the battery room next, but I mean, I guess we knocked out a lot of stuff right there. Yes. So let's head back downstairs instead. This whole area is full of fog too. We made some amazing progress tonight. No, 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 no. Who are you? Hey. I'm talking to you. Who are you? You know where she is? No. What about radio? No. I don't really have anything else. But he's one I was talking about earlier that just patrols the area. It's like he's looking for someone. But no matter what I do, I can't. Like, I can stand in front of him and he'll stop walking, but I can click on him and he won't say anything. It's like he acts like I'm not even here, unless I'm standing in front of him, then he'll just stop walking. But I feel like I kind of got the idea whenever I see him that, like, if I see him coming from somewhere, that means like I'm on the right track. I'm also lucky that there's no fog. Actually, I don't know if there's going to be fog when I go back on the shuttle. There wasn't when I woke up in the shuttle, but who knows? Who knows? The rope has come loose. Yeah, someone fell from here and died. The control panel is locked. Nothing happened. It's locked. What about when I use this? Nothing happened. Okay. What about when I use this? Keycard 1? No. What about keycard 2? No. What about executive ID? No. What about keycard 3? No. Okay. So it's locked, and I can't unlock it. I guess I need a key, a special key. Oh, what's that? Oh, no, okay. Alrighty. So I'll be back then. I have to go against the escalator because someone left a chair up there on that escalator, and for some reason my character isn't strong enough to just pull the chair or the bench away from the top of the escalator. I forgot if I noticed any green marks, flashback marks in here earlier. Because there was so much fog in here earlier, it was kind of hard to see anything. So let me have a quick look around, looking specifically for pulsating green light marks. I don't see any. Okay. No, wait. What about this room? Nope. All right, we're gonna head back to the studio and see if the android, the painter android in here, will tell us anything new. And then I think we're gonna make our way to the battery room again.
A long time ago, you told me what that red stone was.
This is new text, new dialogue.
You got that stone in exchange for the death of your best friend. You kept your silence. Have you found an answer since then?
Are we the director?
Oh, yes. How is she? The woman you valued more than anything. Yes, it was she who created me. Oh, yes. How is she? The woman you valued more than anything. Yes, it was she who created me.
It was the director who killed his best friend in order to obtain the red stone. I wonder if that means we're the director and we actually killed Richard Osmond and we have his ring and we just don't realize it, or are Richard Osmond and the director one and the same? Hmm.
I know that woman very well. Her name is Claudia Selfer. She's an intelligent woman, well known in mechanical engineering.
And she made him. Paolo Dato. That's the last ghost we helped release. The guy who could move on once you repair the oxygen leak. energy area. Left. We go that way. I think that takes us to the door that's locked with a key that we don't have that leads out to the what looks like a a telescope area. This area was also full of fog earlier. I don't get what we did that cleared out the fog from everywhere. Like, really? All the fog is gone from everywhere? Oh, no, it isn't. Okay. It's because we wrapped the tape around to. I'm like, do we just wrap tape around that broken pipe and that's what made everything go away? Ugh. No. That's what caused the ghost in the control room to unlock the door to come out, to climb the ladder, to allow us to climb down the ladder to go into the control room to get the executive ID card to fix it. And then we use that to vent the fog that was in the oxygen control area. And I guess since that was the oxygen control area, that was pumping oxygen into the rest of the facility. And once we vented the fog from outside of that area, it stopped pumping fog into all the other areas of the facility. So there might still be fog in other areas, but it's fog that's lingering. It's not fog that's actively being pumped in anymore. So I think that's what's going on. That's why all these spaces are clear now. That makes sense. Wow, it's dark. All right, where am I going? This way. This leads to the battery room. I bet once you get to the point where you're nearing the final boss of this game, he's probably going to be strong enough where either he's going to be a ghost or he's going to be a person. He could be either one, like a living person. But if it is a ghost, I'm guessing he's going to be strong enough to exist outside of the fog, which ghosts are. It's just that the ghosts are typically made aggressive or evil by the fog. But it just might be that the last ghost in the game isn't made evil by the fog. Maybe he's like, what? Maybe he's evil even outside of the fog. He should be right there. The what? The what? I don't know what he's saying. Sounds like it's the Axonus. The Axonus. Yeah, I don't know what he's saying.
Tell Victor if you see him. I know him. I know he'll take responsibility.
I feel like we already set Victor free.
We'll definitely go back to the shuttle as a team.
Unless there are two Victors in the game. What if I show him the battery?
This is the battery. Now I can finish my work.
Yay!
But you see, Victor, why didn't any of you bring this?
Well, Victor didn't have me bring you the battery. I saw Victor earlier. He was hiding in a water tank, I guess you could call it. But I found the battery on my own.
Well, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
This came from Victor, right?
Nope.
I knew I could count on Victor. I knew he'd get me the battery.
No, you were wrong about that one. It's placed there.
Nice work, Victor.
No thanks to me. That's fine. Looks like now we can move on. Yay! Set another soul free. And now the battery should be charged. I hope. Battery storage. No, what does it say? I hate the fact I keep getting so close and canceling this. Battery storage bank control panel. The system is on. Okay. Battery recharging is complete. Yay. Vehicle battery. Large capacity battery. It is fully recharged. Ooh, interesting, interesting, interesting. I just thought something that we could do before we even use the level 3 security key card. Because I don't remember where the level 3 security key card doors are. I think they might be in the residential hallway. That's something we could do. Let me see the map again. No, I think we have to go back to, yeah, we have to go back to the work area. Oh no, no! I forgot. When the ghost, like, looked up and sort of transcended, I forgot to check the floor to see if he dropped anything. I mean, I assumed he didn't, because I assumed that, like, the reward we sort of got for helping him was just we get a charged battery. But, I mean, you never know. Maybe he did drop something here and I just didn't see it because I wasn't looking down. Okay. No, I think I was right. There's nothing down here. Okay. So I think instead of further exploring deeper into the facility, at least not yet, what we could do instead is we could head back to the work area where we just were with the bridge that we couldn't figure out how to turn and make our way back inside to the shuttle area and use the battery in the shuttle to open the VIP doors. Now, the original Echo Knight that was on PlayStation 1, that had multiple endings, depending upon what you chose to do. I think it had like 3 different endings, though you could argue it really only had like 2 endings, like one good, one bad. But there was I think 2 subtle variations in the bad ending. Maybe, I doubt it. I was gonna say maybe we're about to see one of the endings. Like, who knows? Maybe we'll put the battery back into the shuttle, and we'll like fly off into space or something, and we'll escape this place. I mean, that could be. Okay. Alrighty. Oh wait, what am I doing? I saved and I was walking right back to the hub area. I gotta ride the escalator back down. And during our trip down, what time is it again? 3 o'clock in the morning. I feel like it's later. I feel like it's like 7 o'clock in the morning or something. Feels weird. Not bad though, it's not bad. And across the floor panel. It just sounds like a body just gets dumped. Okay. Well, I can't rotate this thing yet. I have to find a key. I highly doubt I'm going to find a key in the shuttle. But, what else might I find in the shuttle? Or there might be fog in the shuttle now, and a ghost might kill me. That's another possibility. That's also why I saved. We have not been in this stairwell since the very beginning of the game. We haven't been able to come back. Look how dark this is. Ugh. I hate how dark it is in here. I think the first time we came through this area, we like legit blew through like 3 of our batteries in our headset. Because it was like, it's so dark. Okay. Oh, crud, wait. Map. I need to get to the generator room, but I don't know where I am. Crew boarding area. Long hallway. No. Crew passage. Okay, maybe it's at the end of the hallway. Also, let's go back to our notes. Where are you? There he is. Dan Bertrand. Shuttle pilot's ghost encountered in the battery room. He gained his freedom knowing that the captain, Victor, did his best to carry out his duties and locate a battery, even though he didn't actually do that. But okay. I guess that's just what he needed to believe in order to ascend. I mean, Victor did try, though. He did try. He wasn't able to find the battery. Okay. All right. I really don't want to waste my headlamp. That's why I'm keeping it off. These are just like security wall lights. Yeah, this has to be the generator room here. Nope. Shuttle's backup generator. Vehicle battery. Nothing happened. Really? An open battery storage compartment. Oh, maybe I had to get closer? Maybe. Yep. Shuttle's backup generator. So we're still on low power, but we have more power now than we had before. I don't know. Stop it. I clicked the wrong button again. Now I'm kind of confused. How do we get to the rest of the ship? Oh, we missed a doorway. Gotcha. No. I thought that the hallway would be brighter since we inserted. I guess it's just enough power to open the VIP doors on the shuttle, but it's not enough to turn on more lights. Oh, elevator. Nice. Aqua! What's up, Aqua? Day 693 of asking you to get adopted. How you doing, Aqua? Okay. Door there. Wall there. I guess I know where I'm going then. We are playing some spookiness. Okay. More Echo Night Beyond. We're making good progress again, which is nice. Passenger cabin is here. VIP is up there. Alright, let's keep going. The door is bent in its frame. Where am I now? Lounge. I'm in a lounge. Okay, so now I'm in the lounge. How do I get to the VIP passenger cabin? It is... I don't know. Okay, I came through here. Or, no, I came through here. Wait, where did I come through? Did I come through here? Okay, I'm in the crew's passage. This is where I came from. And there's a bent door to my right. Okay. That's the lounge. I think this is VIP. Yes. Okay. Here we go. The body of a man. It looks as though it has been here for quite a while. He never made it out. There's something on the ground. Passenger's letter. Norman Spinel is the name signed at the bottom. Notes. Norman Spinel, or Spinel? I'll say Spinel. Male. Body of a passenger found lying across a bed in the shuttle's VIP cabin area. It appears he became trapped in the room after the crash. Wow, so he just basically died from thirst. That stinks. Dehydrated. No, go back to notes. I didn't want to leave notes. VIP passenger cabin. VIP passenger quarters. The room on the left-hand side of the shuttle was breached during the accident, and there is a dead man slumped over a bed. It appears he became trapped inside when the main generator was destroyed. Oh, that stinks. Oh, wait. Items. Passenger's letter. Norman Spinell is the name signed at the bottom. Right, read. Nancy. Oh, this is the sister. This is the other guy's sister. After 20 years of marriage, I wonder if I ever made you happy. Unfortunately, I'm not sure that I have. Work has occupied so much of my time throughout the years that I know we've lost touch with each other. I can only imagine how much you've had to endure while married to someone like me. Hmm. My only hope is that you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Please know that I am truly sorry and want to spend more time with you. I'm sorry I was not able to tell you this in person. Norman Spinell. Aw. So maybe we eventually find a woman named Nancy, or a ghost named Nancy, and maybe she's going to feel like her husband rejected her and then he really didn't care about her because he spent so much time working, and we give her this letter and that can help something. I'm also curious if maybe we screwed up. Um, because who knows what that battery may have been used for. I mean, yes, it was supposed to be used here, but maybe it was supposed to be like maybe it could have been used elsewhere first, or maybe it could have been used elsewhere and then taken back out and then recharged and then brought here. Or maybe I can still take the battery back out before I leave. I don't know. Let's continue to explore the room. Maybe we'll find something else we can use. What is that red thing, though? Doesn't that look like something else? Like, what is he holding? Maybe that's just his tie. I don't know. I mean, he is well dressed. It's broken. Oh, that's a chair that was knocked over. I gotcha. Nice shoes. But I heard footsteps. Can I go in here? The door is closed. It doesn't appear that it can be opened. This would be the cockpit. No, there's no place on the map for a room through that door. So you're never supposed to be able to go there. I don't know, that seems weird to me. Wait, let me read that letter again. Who was it addressed to? Nellie? Nellie! Nancy. The ghost outside was talking to Alan, wanting Alan to go back. Well, that was Alan, though. This guy's name is Norman, right? Norman. Not Alan. So this note's addressed to someone completely different. I have to well, we haven't encountered that guy's ghost either. Unless maybe we did and we just don't know that it's him. I have to say I feel a little let down, though. Like, I thought there was going to be something more interesting in the VIP area. Something that would, like, shift our perspective of who we are as a character, or something that would, like, give us a lot of cool lore. Like another diary or something. But, nope. Is she still here? She is still here. Poor thing.
Thank you for choosing Global Line and enjoy your stay on the communications. Emergency device. Please confirm.
She's a stewardess android, but her leg broke off, her neck broke, and she's only able to access just basically words that she can tell you, but it's just only what she's wired to tell you for the purposes of being a stewardess. And this is the chair we woke up in at the beginning of the game. Come to the facility. An empty coffee machine. Are they both empty? They're both empty. I'm gonna see if before we go if I can retrieve the battery. Wait, what's this way? Oh. It's a block passageway. Feels weird being here. Because it's been so long since we've been able to come here, to return here. This is a swanky little shuttle, huh? What did it say? Oh, chairs lie topped on their side. I thought it said Charlie lie toppled on his side. I was like, what? I missed an entire person when I was last here? And how do I know his name? Okay, so this is the elevator again. Okay, no, I'm going the right way. I'm going the right way. Take the elevator back down. First floor, Bruce Passage. Okay, so this way, if I am right, should be leading me back to the generator room. I'm going to try to take the battery back out. Shuttle's backup generator. No, it's not letting me. Now I'm just like spamming the button. The interact button. But I can't take the battery back out. Yeah, I would say I'm kind of let down by that. Like, no, I'm not necessarily like let down that I can't take the battery back out. But I'm let down that like there was like a certain mystery. Like it seemed like for a large chunk of the game we were just pursuing a battery that we could charge and do something with it. And it's like, what do I do with the battery? What is there to do with the battery? And it's like the thing you do with the battery is you come back to the shuttle and you open a door and you get a letter and that's it. There's no other e-card access. There's no employee ID you can use. It's just come back, get a letter from some guy to some lady, and that's it. And it's like, really? That's all? Like, that's... Ugh. Oh, there's a save point here. I didn't realize that. Do I want to save here? Why not? Do I want to create a separate save file, though? In case the battery was... In case you were able to use the battery for something else? Either first or instead? Like, could that lead to another ending? I really hate having multiple game saves, though. Like, I'll make an exception in terms of role-playing games. Like, make a save file just before you enter, like, the final dungeon or something, sometimes. But otherwise, it's like, I don't really like doing that in any other types of games. Um... I'm just going to save over it. And if there is a different ending, then after we beat the game, I'll just like hit up GameFAQs or something, and I'll look up the other endings, and I'll just tell you what they are. It is weird though that you can't pull the battery back out. Like, you have to commit to that decision. Alright, so I need to find a key that I can use to unlock this. Nothing happened, it's locked. Let's try the keys that we have again. Can we use the employee ID card to unlock it? No. Can we use security level 1 card key? No. Can we use the key attached to this collar? No. Can we use security card level 2 clearance? No. Can we use the executive ID card? No. Can we use key card level 3? No. Alright. So nothing we do, nothing we have can be used to unlock this yet. You know, now that I'm thinking about it, it makes sense that the spaceport is locked with card key level 4. Because when I think of spaceport, I think of a port with like other ships there that we could use to escape this lunar facility. So they probably don't want you having access to keycard 4 before the end of the game. Alright. I think I have an idea as to where to go next. I've played this game enough now, and I've retraced my steps over and over again for the past 2 weeks that I think I know where to go. Likoto! Hello, Likoto. It's going well, thank you. How are... Oh, I'm going the wrong way. How are you? We are finally making more progress on this game, Likoto. We were stuck in the same area for 3 weeks. We barely made any progress. Like, we found some notes, basically lore notes, but we didn't make any actual progress in the game till this stream, till today. Okay. The areas I know of, you're doing well enough? That's good. Go back to locations. We have to go back to the main residential hallway. So this is a spooky game, Lekodo. And we're at least halfway through. I think we've fully explored the energy area when you're looking at the guide map here. I guess the game is sort of divided into quarters. We have explored everywhere in the work area minus 2 areas. One area is blocked by a key. Actually, both areas are blocked by keys that we don't have. Spaceport we can't get into. We need a level 4 security clearance key to get in there, and we only have level 3. That's probably going to be the very end of the game. Residential area, we've pretty much completed most of it, but not all of it. So I think this is the area we have to return to. We're going to go into the monitoring room and save. Oh, I was like, is it brighter in here than it normally is? It's because I had my light running this entire time. Ugh, what a waste of power. There's the save area. That was a chair we pushed. Okay. We fully explored the main residential hallway and all of the rooms. Room 102, 3, 6, and 5. The elevator lobby is still really foggy. But we haven't bumped into any ghosts in here, which is good. That's the elevator. That will take us to basement levels 1 and 2. We've fully explored basement level 1. There's nothing left to do there. We can't access basement level 2 yet. We need to find the key card to let us do that. So, what is this? Dispensary room, so that's like the pharmacy. That we need security card clearance level 4 to get in there. Okay. Now what else is in here? There's a door there. There's a door there. And there's a hallway door there, but it's blocked by crates. And there's no sign saying where this door goes. Oh, I know where it goes. Okay. So the only other area is the renovation area. Oh, but there's nothing in here. There was a chemical in here that we picked up. But that's it. Oh, this is a lab. Yes, I know that, but... Intercom control panel. Door lock security device. It doesn't say anything about a security level. Which means... either we have the key to let us in there right now, or we don't, and we have to find a key that's literally called lab key. Stop nudging me. Let's go see if we can get into the lab. And hope we don't die. It's a funny fear with this game. It's like before, this whole facility, or most of the facility, was full of fog. And where there are fog and ghosts, there is violence. If you vent the fog, the ghosts become peaceful, and so you're fine. And we've been venting a lot of the fog, which means most of the facility now, at least most of the facility that we have access to, is peaceful. But now, the areas that are left with fog, like this, even though you've been here before, you start to become more suspicious of the area. I don't think you're ever supposed to go through that doorway. It's blue, which makes it look like you can go through it, but... I don't think you're supposed to. Not with the crates in the way. This is even worse, even thicker fog. Okay. This is the renovation area. I don't hear any ghosts. Let's see if we can get into the lab. No? The lock requires a special key.
Access denied.
That scared me.
Please insert security key.
Is it employee ID card? No, it is not. Is it security level 1 card key? No. Is it literally this collar key? No. Is it level 2 card key? No. Is it executive ID card? No. Is it level 3 card key? No. Okay. So that is not the solution. I'm going to have to go back to my notes. Locations. Where is there a level 3 door? Shuttle, passenger cabin, parlor, lounge, cruise passage, VIP passenger cabin, generator room, the crew boarding area, operations area, the water filtration plant hallway, rest area, monitor room operation, central hall. Is this anything different now regarding water filtration? It does. Location where water for residents of the lunar facility is treated and stockpiled. Many large storage tanks line the base of the elevated walkway. A doorway can be seen along one of the far walls. Rest area, monitor room operation, central hall, observatory hallway, studio. We could try going back to the studio and talking to the android here. We did set another ghost free. Energy area hallway, power transfer room, battery room hallway, monitor room energy, solar panel control room, main residential hallway, residence monitor room, room 102, 105, 103, 106, the observatory foyer. That's the door that needs a special key as well. Not a key card, but an actual special key, which we, I guess, don't have. Elevator lobby, renovation area, freight elevator, elevator lobby basement level 1, research area hallway, vegetable plant passage, lab monitoring room 1, men's restroom, ladies restroom. Wait. Okay. Vegetable plant, cultivation control room, gravity training room, gravity control room, food storage passageway, monitor room 2 lab, no, fishery station, fisheries control room, food storage warehouse, control passage, no, work area hallway, oxygen production plant. These are the places we just were earlier today. Oxygen production plant, Electrolysis extraction. Monitor room 1 work. Processing plant. Battery room. Airlock. Lunar surface. Airlock. Mine entrance. Mine monitoring room. Garage. Airlock. Garage passageway. Monitor room 2 work. Oxygen control room. And that's it. Okay. So besides the 2 doors that we looked at, the dispensary, which is locked, the key card level 4, and the lab, which requires a special door, there's the door on the observatory foyer, which requires a special key. There's a rotating platform bridge in the water filtration plant that requires a special key that we don't have. There's a ghost sitting on the lunar surface that keeps talking about someone named Alan, but we haven't met an Alan. There is the sleeping ghost that wants proof their commander is dead. I think the commander is Nikolai, but Nikolai's already passed on. He's already ascended. So I can't ask him for anything. So that means I have to find proof of his passing from elsewhere. And until he does something, or until he ascends, I can't talk to the ghost in the storage area. The only other area that I can do something in would be the mine. The mines. But I hate the mines. So when we're out on the lunar surface, there is a mine, there's an entrance to the mines. And the entrance is here. That's what it looks like in the entrance. There's a little altar there. But there's a ghost who wanders the fog. And he's very aggressive. So the only thing I can think of that might work, maybe, this would kind of make sense actually. No, I don't think it would actually. Would be to go to the monitoring room, run past the ghost, down into the elevator hallway, and then from the elevator hallway to run into the actual elevator room, and then take the elevator down. And if we make it down, there is a ventilation panel there that I can use the newly acquired executive card key on to vent the area and make this whole place safe. But I have very high doubts I can do that. I don't think I've ever tried before just to get it done as quickly as I can. But I sort of have my doubts that I can pull all of this off before the ghosts kill me. But I can't think of anything else to do. Also, there is a graveyard in the mine, and I was thinking maybe I could get proof from the graveyard that the astronaut commander is dead, and then bring that, and then I can progress the game further. But I think the group of astronauts that arrived at this facility, whom all died, um, I think they died after everyone here in the facility was already dead, which means there would have been no one to bury their bodies. So if I do make it to the graveyard in the mine, there shouldn't be any proof there that their commander is dead. I mean, I might find other things there that could help me, but I don't know. I don't know. But I feel like that's the only thing that I can do. I don't recall there being, I mean, I just went through the list of all the locations, and I don't recall there being a room or a door in any of those locations that's locked with a level 3 security clearance card. I don't. So maybe that area exists in the mine. We're going to have to go back there. I don't want to go back there, but we're going to have to go back there. That is level 4, right? No. Spaceport, level 3 security device. A card reader is visible on the front panel. I could have swore Spaceport was level 4. Well, then what's level 4? The dispensary is level 4. I guess we found our next area. I'm really curious about the mine, though. Level 3 security device. A card reader is visible on the front panel.
Please insert card key.
That is a loud echo.
Access granted. Releasing lock.
That's the monitoring room. There's no fog in here. But there is a vent in here, which is sus to me. It has been activated. I didn't activate it. Was someone else here to activate it? Looks like a shadow of... I don't know what the heck that is. What is this place? Cruise room. That so freaked me the heck out right there. We get a lot of batteries here, though. Good. Yeah, let me get one of these. I thought those were just gonna like all ghosts and they were just gonna reach out and grab me and kill me. I was like, oh, I'm about to die now. ticketing gate. I don't have a ticket. In here. Oh, whatever it is, I can't open that door. Oh, is this the conveyor belt? There's a conveyor belt that extends from the facility so they can ship goods. Maybe this is that. Alright, let's check the cruise area. I'm real sus here. Like, what is... This place looks too clean. Linear Transport's emergency shutdown system. Notices are posted on the board. There's no save point in here. There is a security camera in here, which means there's a monitoring room around here somewhere. Linear Transport's remote control operation system. Spaceport Station, Central Hall Station. What? There's a ghost in there. You can see they're sitting in the chair in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. Start it.
Start the linear transport.
Yes. Underway. He sensed it moving. Like, what's going on here? I think that ghost just walked out into this area here. The shuttle's here. So this would take me to a totally different area. When was the last time I saved? Where was the last place I saved? Let's do it. Let's go. I was thinking about going back to the mine, but I'm like, if I go back to the mine, even if I do make it all the way through there, I don't know what else I could do in there. Cutscene. That's rare.
Who are you? I thought I'd never see a survivor. Do not worry. I am one of the members of the Space Exploration Commission.
Are you,
Stopped here to refuel our shuttle.
are you the commander?
Do you want to use a linear? This is the remote device from the crew room. I can operate this. May I ask you for a favor?
Sure.
I dropped a pendant with a locket at the space harbor just now. I looked all over for it, but could not find it. If you see it, can you bring it to me?
Sure.
Thank you.
Well, where are you going to be, though? I guess she's going to be here. Let's check all the chairs. She said she could operate it, so maybe that means, like, if I board this and I go over there, I'll be able to come back because she'll operate it for me. Okay, I don't see anything on the floor anywhere else. Cruise ring communication link.
You are heading towards the harbor. I will activate the linear. Now departing. Please remain seated. Now arriving at the spaceport.
I wonder if the light down here is red. Yeah. That's kind of cute. So you're probably not even moving. It's just directly through that door. Is the part of the facility we just came from. Okay. No fog. She could have given us, like, you know, some information, like, are there any ghosts over here? What's this? That looks like a metal detector of some kind. Oh, what is that? Workers' passage, okay. Looks like the main spaceport door. We're going to go into the monitoring room. What's this? Ventilation control device. A Carter is visible on the front panel. Well, there's no fog, though. You know what? I don't care. I don't care. Nothing happened. No, I guess we don't need to use it. It looks like it's already active. Alright. That is a long hallway. Okay. Ticketing gate hall. Ah, we have a flashback sequence.
Where did he put the food? There's no food anywhere. Kevin, Nora, all gone. What the director says is true? The red stone? Does it really grant wishes? With a sufficient sacrifice.
Oh, this is the area that I just came from. With the suits that spooked the crap out of me. Interesting, there's no camera 3. There's no monitor 3. Because I saw a security camera in that room. In the cruise room. Supposedly, that's where the ghost is. That's helping us with the transport back and forth. It's also weird to me that there's an emergency stop. I wonder why. Alright, cruise room. Oh, it's a totally different thing. Gotcha. This is where the ghost, I think, should be. Yep, there she is.
Commander, everybody. I will pray for your safety.
I would kind of like to go back and just talk to her. I'm guessing if we find her missing amulet, return that to her,
Commander, everybody.
that will cause her to, like, move on to the next life. See if there's anything else in this room.
I will pray for your safety.
No, okay. Ticket port gate. I'm looking for any green markings. Don't see any, though. Camera 2. No. Alright. Now areas that we haven't been to yet. The central access way. Which is full of fog. That's great. And there's a ghost in the fog, which means they're going to be violent. That sucks. Is there a vent device nearby? I mean, there could be. It could be right under this camera. Nope. No, it isn't. Because the camera is just above the door. Okay, well that stinks. Camera 2.
Where are you?
Ooh. That's a lovely necklace.
Come on out.
I wonder if that's the astronaut's necklace. Maybe that's the pendant that she lost? And this person found it and kept it?
Come on out.
Maybe. But we can't go in there because she'll kill us.
Come on out.
Look anywhere else? That's the door we have to get to behind her. We got a desk with a picture over there.
Where are you?
I don't see any green markings.
Come on out.
Wait, what's that? A bag is sitting in the walkway. There might be something in there as well. Camera 3. Control panel. Emergency stop.
Where are you?
Ah, I see. So whoever made it to this side of the facility, for some reason, they enacted the emergency stop for the transport. Either they were afraid of others coming here, or maybe people who were here leaving. And so they shut down the system. That's why you can't activate the system from where I am at. I need the ghost on the other side to activate it for me. Papers are stacked on the desk. Interesting that regardless of the camera that I use, I can't see this picture. I can't see who's on it. Okay. That's why they did that. I can't go through Central Accessway because she'll kill me. So that means I have to go around. I have to go through the workers' passage. Wow, that's a lot of cameras. Well, I mean, I guess it's the workers' passage, so it should be heavily monitored. Look at that fog, though. Ugh. Thick as pea soup. This is like ridiculously thick fog. Okay, so there's the door. I guess that's the entryway. We'd walk straight and turn left and walk down this way. Camera 2. What's that? Oh. Flashback.
This isn't mine. My sister made me take it. When I work, I put this here and listen to it during breaks. It calms me down.
Sorry I didn't ask you before touching it.
My sister insists that I bring it back. It means a lot to her.
She is worried.
Well, if she's so worried, she should just say so. Guess it's all right. She is my sister, even if she is a bit twisted. same age as you, you know.
Okay. We met that ghost before. No. There's a ghost in the work passageway as well. Camera 3. What is that? Is it an elevator? I don't know what that is. Oh, I think this is the door that we'd walk through from the entryway. You would walk down this way. I wish I knew what this was. The camera should tell you, but it can't center in on it. It looks like maybe it's a ventilation device. It has an area for a card swipe, but it also has a numerical keypad. And none of the air vent systems have a numerical keypad. Camera 4. The ghost. How is he here? This is the priest ghost. This is the ghost that moves from room to room wherever the fog is heavy. He's in 2 places at the same time. He's here and he's over at the mine. That cheater. Maybe this is a different priest, though. Because the priest in the mine, he always knows that he's being watched. And if you focus your camera on him, he will attack your camera. But this one just seems more calm. I don't know. It looks like you would reach this device before you reach the ghost. So maybe you could reach this device before he becomes aware of you? But then I don't even know what you would do with this. Spaceport lobby. Let's say we do get past the hallways. What's on the other side waiting for us? This is the theme song to the game that's playing.
Oh, little Ruthie. Berthay, where are you going?
There's something on the bench. I know what that is. Okay, so the woman who owned that diary, that lock is the same as the key that I have. From the cat's collar. So that's what that key unlocks. And what happened to the music? I missed the music. Trash can. Oh, that's probably what the woman was saying out in the hallway when she was like, "Where did you go? Where are you?" She wasn't talking about a person. She was talking about her cat. So I think once I remove the fog from the room, I can approach her and give her her cat's collar. And that would probably calm her down, allow her to pass on, and then maybe once the collar disappears, the key will be by itself, and then I can use the key to unlock the diary to read stuff in there. Maybe that'll give me more backstory. Okay. Camera 2. So this is if we actually made it. Enjoy your life. Welcome to Deanna. The lunar facility is called Deanna. There's a number of things that we can do. What I'm going to do is I'm going to save. I have a choice here. I can either push forward and continue to explore the spaceport. I'm in the ticketing gate right now, port. I could try to make my way through the workers' passage. Maybe vent all the fog that way. And then maybe from there make my way to the spaceport lobby, pick up the diary, double back through the central access way, speak to the woman ghost there. I feel that she would be grateful to have the cat's collar, and maybe when she disappears, the necklace she's wearing would drop off her. I pick up that necklace, I bring it back to the ghost who's helping me transport back and forth, and then she passes on. Maybe she gives me something that signifies maybe that the commander has passed on, and I can take that back to the other ghosts in the other part of the facility, and then I can progress even further. I don't know. If you look at the spaceport lobby, it looks like there's a blue doorway at the very top of it. I don't know if there's anything through there, or if we'll ever be able to get through there. I could also double back now. I can go back to the crew room, and I could try to talk to the ghost there and interact with her, and then I could even try to leave there and go back to the mine, and I could try to run past the ghost that's there. That would take some travel time, though. And if I'm wrong and I can't get past those two ghosts to go down into the mine to explore it, then I traveled sort of a long way for nothing. But I'm wondering if the mine is an optional location, because it doesn't seem like there's anything really in the mine. There's between to three ghosts, or between 2 to 3 ghosts down there. But it may just be a lore area. Which, if it is, I still want to go down there for the lore. But I'm a little worried that if I don't go back to the mine soon, I won't be able to go back to it. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to double back now and go for the mine.
If you are heading towards the harbor, I will activate the mirror.
Now departing. Please remain seated. Now arriving at the central hall.
Commander, everybody.
See if I can talk to her.
Commander, did you find the pendant?
Not yet.
What is that monster? There are many inside the facility. I don't want to see them anymore. What is that monster? There are many inside the facility. I don't want to see them anymore. This is our host radio. No! Why did Nikolai? The commander trusted Nikolai most of all.
So Nikolai was not the commander.
I wonder if everyone was okay. Give me
Sweet.
Commander, everybody.
Oh. This is going to take time?
Everybody. We'd better hurry up, or everybody. We'd better hurry up, or everybody.
I don't think anything else here would do anything with her. Well, no. You know what? Okay, just want to make sure. Okay, so I guess she's going to be busy fixing that. Maybe I was supposed to do that. Maybe I was supposed to go and come back, give her the radio. That's so freaky. And then she works on it while I go do my other explorations. And then this is actually a lot closer than I thought it was. And by the time I finish with the spaceport area, I come back, I give her the pendant, she transcends, and I also get a fixed radio. Though I wonder what would happen if I never gave her the radio. Maybe she'd just take it from you. Like, maybe when you finally give her the pendant, she would say, hey, is that... Like, maybe she would just notice it in your inventory. Is that Nikolai's radio? Give that here a moment. And then she fixes it for you, like, immediately, and then gives it back. Maybe that could happen. I don't know. I'm going to go back inside and look at this person's wall. I think we saved one additional spirit since we were last here. No, I guess 2? See if he says anything different.
Oh, yes. How is she? The woman you valued more than anything. Yes, it was she who created me.
Nope, no new dialogue yet. The medkit is full. It cannot hold any more syringes. Dan Bertrand. We're getting there. We're setting them all free little by little. Okay. I'm headed to the mines. The mines are outside of the work area. Yeah. Through here. I'm going the right way, right? Yeah. Okay, we're back here. Good. Okay. I was trying to think what the fastest route would be to get back to the mine. Lazy ghost.
Adjusting atmospheric pressure. Please wait for pressure stabilization. Atmospheric adjustment complete.
This is going to be a one-shot. If we don't succeed, we're not going to try it again. That building right there, that's where we're going. Maybe the person I saw, maybe the male ghost I saw wasn't the priest. Because he wasn't attacking the camera. Maybe that was the ghost of Alan. Maybe. Okay, this is death right here.
Adjusting atmospheric pressure. Please wait for pressure stabilization. Atmospheric adjustment complete.
We made it into the monitor room. That's the ghost pounding on the door. He can't get in here though. Okay, so this is what I was talking about before. The yellow arrow is the room we're in now. Just outside there is this mine entrance.
Just wait. Just wait. I won't allow this.
He heard the camera move. But he's not doing anything because I haven't kept the camera moving enough. I moved the camera. But he can't see the camera that's up the stairs, so he doesn't go there. Now he saw me move this camera. So I'm pulling him back. This is basically how you distract the ghost so you can run behind him. Alright, so the plan is I have to exit the monitor room that's on the left, run to where the ghost is now, run down the hallway behind the ghost, which is this hallway here. You can see it's rather long. Sprint down it until we get to... Basically, there's an elevator at the end of this. Or once we get in here, rather. There's an elevator at the bottom near camera 2. We have to wait for that elevator to get up to the point where camera 1 is, then ride it down to where camera 2 is. And if we manage to make it... Okay, this is camera 1. That's camera 2. We have to wait for that thing to go all the way up there, and that takes some time. But if that happens, we can hop on here. And then I'm guessing flip the switch. And that will take us all the way back down here. And should we manage to get here, there is a ventilation control device that we can use. And we can vent all the fog out of this area. And then everything will be nice and peaceful. We can tour it. And then we can make our way into the regolith mine. You can see there's no fog here. This is basically, I think parts of it are underground and parts of it just have no real roof. There's a building here. I don't know where that building goes. But you can see there's also a graveyard here where they buried some of their workers in the mine. And if we zoom in, there's the ghost of someone praying. So, oops, I didn't mean to do that. There's also a lot to the regolith mine. Like, it looks really, really big. You can see from the map that security cameras 1 and 2 are very close together. But the area that you can actually explore in this mine is very large. So there could be some really nice stuff down in here, but that's if you're willing to risk it. Alright, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the camera to distract the ghost again. And then we're just going to hightail it. Oh, this is even better. Since I brought him over here with camera 2, I can bring him upstairs with camera 1. Heck yeah. Basically gives me more time. I'm going to wait for my pulse to calm down, my heartbeat to calm down. At least get it back to 80. Good. Alright, let's hit this again. Now, once I get into the next area, I don't know if he follows me into the next area. I don't know if he follows me into the mine elevator or if there's another ghost in the mine elevator. Because I always get attacked in the mine elevator, but I mean, he can follow you anywhere where there's fog, unlike the other ghosts in this game. So, I don't know. Let's distract him one more time with camera 1. Alright. I'm gonna hurry. Sprinting downstairs. Going through door. On the elevator. He's here. Pulse is going up. Pulse going back down. He's still following us, though. Executive ID card, go.
ID verified. Ventilation.
Eat it. See, now I'm glad we came here. We just vented all the fog out of this area, which means it's completely safe here now. Going back up. We OP. We didn't kill the ghost, we just got rid of it. Oh, is there still fog in here, though? No. Okay. That's disturbing. Where, like, the bell is always ringing. A small what? A small, intricately crafted altar rests against the wall with a continuously ringing bell. Pick up this battery, portable battery, searchlight battery cell. Charging, good. We have another diary here. There's something on the ground. Leather diary. The name Nancy Spinell is barely discernible on the cover. This is her diary. This might be the woman who's in the graveyard area on her knees praying. The shelves are crowded with a variety of tools and supplies. Are those bullets? Covered in dust. For some reason we can't take any of the little flashlights with us. I would, so I don't have to worry about running out of power on the mounted thing, but you know, whatever. Let's go back in here and save our game. I really am shocked we just pulled that off. Like, I'm thinking that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to use the cameras to distract him. But that may have meant that this was all completely optional. What's more is that if that is Nancy who's praying in the graveyard, the love note or love letter that we have from her husband in the crashed shuttle, I think that was optional as well. Because the only thing that battery did, or at least the only thing we were able to use it for, is to go all the way back to the shuttle that we were at the very beginning of the game and open a door to find her dead husband and retrieve his love note. So both of these, like the VIP area in the shuttle may be completely optional, and the mine may also be completely optional. Maybe if you want to stick to the main story, we would have just continued to go through the spaceport and done whatever it is we're trying to do. So maybe this will lead us to a better ending now. So this is pretty cool. I like this. Now I'm really glad we went back. Okay. Let's check out our notes. We've been racking a few up here. Ghost located in the spaceport's central access way. She is standing in front of a walkway, calling out the name Ruthie. Natalia Riskaya, ghost on board the Linear Transport. She is part of a space exploration team that stopped at the lunar facility to refuel their shuttle. She lost a pendant in the spaceport and asked me to return it if I come across it. Okay. Ticketing Gate Hall. Linear Transport's Central Hall boarding area. The transport travels between the lunar facility and spaceport. Cruise room. Room containing the Linear Transport's remote control operating system and communications equipment. I'm also guessing that once we give her her pendant, the ghost that's here, we lose access to the spaceport because the spaceport's jammed on the other side. Though I am wondering, like, no, that's no, you can't use. Someone always has to be at one of these control stations to go back and forth. So if we come back and give her her pendant, there's no way getting back to the spaceport. So if you miss something at the spaceport, you're out of luck. If it's a bit of lore or whatever. So I do believe we have to go back there eventually. Like that's mandatory. That's not optional. I think the location we're at now is optional. Maybe. Linear transport. The linear transport connects the lunar facility to the spaceport. Because it is remotely operated, the only equipment on board is a communications link to the cruise room. No, I believe actually, no, this is mandatory because we got a level 3 security clearance card, and the only location that the level 3 security clearance card takes us to is here, is the linear transport. So this is a mandatory error. We do eventually have to go back to the spaceport. The mine may be completely optional, and that's a really cool idea. I like that. Ticketing Gate Port. Linear Transport's spaceport boarding area. The transport travels between the lunar facility and spaceport. Monitor Room Port. Room containing a monitoring system that covers the cruise room, both linear boarding areas, workers' passage, spaceport lobby, and the central accessway. Mine Elevator. Elevator used to transport personnel and material between the regolith mine and the mine entrance. Oh, wait. I forgot. Actually, hold on a second. I want to do something else too. Let's go back to notes. And I want to check our flashbacks. Here are the new ones. Okay. Floor shadow. Shadow left on the floor of the linear transport's central boarding area. Two men are overheard talking about the complete depletion of the facility's food supplies. Shelf mark. Mark left on a shelf in the workers' passage. Two people are overheard talking about a music box. It is an important keepsake that belongs to the sister of one of the men involved in the conversation. I met the ghost who gave or who was holding on to this music box, and he said he was going to give it to me, but he never did. And I think the reason is because he was expecting something from a ghost named Alan. And so I feel like maybe we're supposed to eventually go back to that astronaut ghost, give him something, Then he passes on. He does give us the music box, and then maybe we go and return it to his sister, or maybe Alan or someone. I don't know. Um, but those threads are coming together now. Now this is becoming more clear. Cat footprints. Cat footprints left behind on the floor of the spaceport lobby. A cat is pacing around when it is startled by a noise and bolts across the room. A woman's voice calls out to the animal as it runs away. Cat probably sensed the ghosts and ran off. The woman probably tried following after the cat and then was killed by the ghost. Okay, items. Now we can read the journal. The name Nancy Spinell is barely discernible on the cover. Read. February 11th. I purchased some things for the upcoming trip, and as usual, it's me who has to take care of all the packing. It was silly of me to think he might lend a hand. We're heading out to the spaceport tomorrow, hopefully without too much of our usual quarreling. February 15th. Even on this trip, nothing has changed. He is preoccupied with his reading, and we've barely spoken to one another. I'm not going to expect anything from him anymore. Why did I marry someone like him? If only we could go back 20 years and start over. One more week until we go home. February 19th. I'm so tired. My head is throbbing, and the rest of my body aches terribly. Something happened to the shuttle and it crashed. I drifted in and out of consciousness for a few days. My husband is nowhere to be seen. Oh, wow. So the shuttle crashed, and I guess she was somewhere outside of the room, so she was, I guess, taken care of to the lunar facility, but the husband was locked inside the room, and so he just died from dehydration, I guess. February the 22nd. I'm inside the lunar facility where the shuttle crashed. Physically, I'm feeling better, and my husband is still inside the shuttle. The door to our room won't open. I regret having argued with him recently. Perhaps he has already passed away. Why did this terrible thing have to happen? February 23rd. This entire facility is deserted. I don't think there is any hope of a rescue. We bury the dead in the graveyard. The door to the cabin still won't open, and there haven't been any response to my calls. I've settled myself in a small area that leads down to the cemetery. I think I will pray for the deceased. That's where she dies. February the 28th. All the food is gone, and I'm very lonely. He was selfish until the end, leaving me all alone here. There seems to be little point in holding on to the gift I bought for him. I'll get rid of it tomorrow. Aw, what'd you get him? I wonder if that's his ghost in the spaceport. Maybe. Okay, after having read all that, let's save again. I'm also pretty shocked we did that in one go, because I said it was going to be one shot. And if we messed up, we weren't going back. Like we weren't going to try it again, basically. notes one more time. I want to go to locations. And I want to take a look at the mine. The mine entrance is connected to an airlock leading to the moon's surface, a monitoring room, and the mine elevator. A small altar has been erected in the room. Alright, now what about characters? Yeah, I feel like he's the commander. But I mean, I don't know. There could be two victors. Okay, we saved. Let's go. Does this say something? Looks like it does, but I can't tell what it is, and I guess it's not important. The game's not making any note of it. Elevator operations switch.
Adjusting atmospheric pressure. Please wait for pressure stabilization. Atmospheric adjustment complete. Adjusting atmospheric pressure. Please wait for pressure stabilization. Atmospheric adjustment complete.
Airlock. Airlock used by workers engaged in the lunar facility's mining operations. Regolith Mine. The Regolith excavation site is situated inside a massive crater. A small section of the mine has been converted into a graveyard. Transport platforms can be seen moving along cables stretched across the crater. Oh, there's a, okay. There's a slope here. Oh, wait, is this what this was? Let me go to the map. That's weird. So the building I've seen through the security cameras of the big building, that's weird. Of the big building that has the ramp out front of it, that's the building we just walked out of. So we skipped a part of the map. That's interesting. Because we were here in the airlock, right? And then all of a sudden, we're in the regolith mine. And it's like, it kind of shouldn't be that way. We skipped what looks like a, I don't know. We skipped some of it. There's the graveyard. It's a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. Let's see what's down here. I'm not going to go down here unless I can get there without dying. Okay, so we can go there. Looks like we can even drop off there onto that bridge. I'm not quite sure what's down there. I don't think we can go to the right. No, we have to go left if we go there. But you know, we've been going for 6 hours tonight, and we went for 2 hours earlier. So I think what I'm going to do, and we made some really great progress tonight, I think I'm going to call stream here. And we'll pick up from this point next Saturday, and we'll continue. So I'm very happy. Sorry for the rough stuff earlier as far as like the frame rate getting jittery in the earlier part of our stream, the first part of today's stream. I'm going to review it later and see if I even want to transfer it over. I mean, there's some good content on there. But yeah, we're back on our way. So next Saturday, we're going to pick up from the last point we saved at, and we'll make our way here to the graveyard where we see the ghost praying, the security cameras. We'll talk to her. There's no fog anywhere here, so we're safe. And I'm guessing this is the woman whose journal we just read. We'll talk to her. We'll probably give her the love letter, and then maybe she'll give us the gift that he was going to throw away. And then maybe if we encounter his ghost later, which maybe that is his ghost in the spaceport, then maybe we can give him his gift, and then he can sort of pass on, and yeah, then we'll just continue making progress from there. So thank you again, everyone, for showing up, and take care, and I hope to see you all again very soon for another spooky Saturdays with more Echo Night Beyond. It feels great to be making progress again, and it also feels really good that we didn't cheat. We did not use a strategy guide. We used no walkthroughs. It did take us 3 weeks to figure it out, but we figured it out. The next time I'm scheduled to stream is this coming Monday for Monday Marbles. We'll be starting a new indie game called Shady Part of Me. It looks a bit like a puzzle platformer adventure game, but more so maybe an adventure, less so of a puzzler. And so I'm interested. The story sounds interesting, and so I'm looking forward to it. The next time I probably will be streaming, though, is later today. It's already like 5 o'clock in the morning for me. I'm probably going to try and get some rest. Also work on the week at a glance. I'm going to update the question of the week for streams. And then, actually, I probably won't update the question of the week till Sunday night, going into Monday. But I am going to work on the week at a glance. I'll have that posted soon. And then, like I said, I'll probably wind up streaming tonight. And I think what I've decided to do, and I think I said this earlier, is on the days that I'm not scheduled to stream, being Tuesdays and Sundays, if I decide to stream on those days, I'll probably wind up streaming something that I wouldn't ordinarily stream. In other words, if it's like a spooky game, all spooky games are going to be safe for Saturdays. If it's role playing, all role playing is going to be safe for Thursdays, so forth and so forth. But there are some genres of game that I don't really stream that much. So like I don't really stream too many point and click adventures. And so there might be some smaller ones that I don't know how much people would care about. I'll stream those on Tuesdays and Sundays, and if people want to come hang out with me, that's cool. If not, I understand. I'll just be streaming those games just to have fun. If you're curious what title I'll be streaming later today, it will be called 9 Clues, The Secret of Serpent Peak. So it's another Artifex Mundi point and click adventure. But yeah, thanks again everyone for being here. Thank you for the support. Thank you to those who showed up and kept me company for a bit. Thank you to Likodo. Thank you to Aqua. Thank you to Brandon. Thank you to General Organa. Thank you to Creepy. Thank you to Fusion. Also, thank you to Indy earlier in our first stream before we had to reset everything. And yeah, take care and see you again.